Ram Jaya Ram, Jaya Jaya Ram. Shri Ram Jaya Ram, Jaya Jaya Ram. Shri Ram Jaya Ram, Jaya Jaya Ram. Shri Ram Jaya Ram. Shri Ram Jaya Ram, Jaya Jaya Ram. Shri Ram Jaya Ram, Jaya Jaya Ram. Shri Ram Jaya Ram. Shri Ram Jaya Ram, Jaya Jaya Ram. Shri Ram Jaya Ram, Jaya Jaya Ram. Shri Ram Jaya Ram, Jaya Jaya Ram.
Ram Jai Jai Ram Om. Om Shri Ram Jai Ram, Jai Jai Ram Om. 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 Om Shri Ram Jai Ram, Jai Jai Ram. Hari Om to everybody. Today we shall have a quick recap of right from the introductory note by Papa for his first book, In Quest of God. When we were dwelling on the theme entitled, what was the title of the article? O Ram, the truth, the love, the goal of human perfection. All hail, all hail. We all know that right from 1920 onwards, an intense urge to realize the presence of the indwelling reality welled up in the mind of Vittal Rao, and steadfastly he took it up. Ultimately, God made him to take the leap of severing all the worldly ties on 27th December 1922 and banking upon nothing excepting God. Nothing means literally nothing. He was taken from Mangalore to Himalayas and then back to Mangalore. So we all surmise that he must have come back to the caves of Mangalore by the end of 1923, and then, for the sake of all of us, he must have taken up the is experienced in the form of inquest of God. So it is rightly coming from the oven, no? Hot. It is not an afterthought. So the first thing he thought, we feel that because he has not expressed it. The first thing we all feel he would have thought that before he introduces the word Ram, he should make ourselves clear what is meant by the Ram by him. So that is why he said, O Ram, the truth, the love, the goal of human perfection, all hail, all hail. So the Ram stands for the impersonal. Later on he clearly mentions Ram stands for the self, Atman. The word Ram stands for purely the self, the Atman, who is the indwelling and all-pervading reality. So the first lesson is that whatever wells up in our mind, yesterday we said, a proper contemplation, absorption, integration, assimilation, everything had taken place. And he was able to get the clarity on the word God as Ram. And then, before he takes us to the journey, he wanted us to know all the basics. Another clue for all of us. Not simply start doing something, In his case, he was very clear. Everything was clear, though it was all apparently unstructured. Here it looks as if, everything has been structured. Many of us are still struggling or were struggling because we did not have any structured, you should do this first, you should do the second, you should do this third, no. As soon as we come to this ashram, we hear Ram chanting going on, we also join. We join this program, that program. When masters were available, we used to go and spend some time. We were really thrilled by their darshan. Again we go back, we get disconnected. Again we come back. That's all. There was no desire to know so many things which are very important. So in this first article, he gives us all that is to be known for a spiritual aspirant or a devotee. With that bhavana we went through it again. So we can name it as an imaginary sketch. Papa did not say this is the sketch. So he has given us an option now to have our own imagination. So this is an imaginary sketch on the course of studies of spirituality, compiled from the life and writings of Papa Swami Ramdas. Probably this is what he wanted all of us to do first. Not simply to read. Read and find out what is behind the two lines, beyond the two lines. There is a structure there. We look at it through that. It can be through so many things, but this is how the prompting comes to us. On the first day when we were taking up this, so many ideas came through the chat options, and based upon that we have compiled. Let us see now, because this is very important. Very important. So we are now trying to understand, just like any university or college or education institution, they bring out big advertisement or what you call press release, prospectus, they call it, in which everything is contained. So here we can say this is something like a prospectus, but it is imaginary sketch. We have culled out from Papa's words, and now he has given us the feeling that this is the course of studies on spirituality. Papa's deeply insightful opening remarks in Quest of God, under the title O Ram, the truth, the love, the goal of human perfection, all hail, clearly and candidly answers many of our questions regarding the curriculum, syllabus, methodology, finally the culmination, the degree of our spiritual journey. By going through this exercise, aspirant will get more clarity in his or her journey towards the ultimate. This may be an intellectual exercise, but at the same time, this will help us to some extent. Oh, this is what is to be done. Oh, this is what is to be concentrated upon. This is something which we have unknowingly neglected. So first is aim of the spiritual journey. To know who Ram is. He says Ram is a subtle and mysterious power that pervades and sustains the whole universe. Birthless and deathless is He. He is present in all things and in all creatures who only appear as separate entities due to their ever-changing forms. Because Ram is in all is in Ram. Ram is all in all. When we were sharing some thoughts on prayer, many of you might remember, there is a prayer from Swami Omkarji Maharaj. Adorable presence. Sanithyam, P capital. So to know who Ram is, that presence, what is that? That is the aim. Though the presence is there, we are not aware of the presence. And there also he brings it out. Here Papa brings it out. What is this Ram? His presence. It is a subtle and mysterious power. The power because of which now the words are being uttered through this form. The power because of which the words are being heard by different forms. But at the same time, will we be able to locate that? No, mysterious. Just like electricity going through a gadget, Ram is going through this gadget called the individual, sense of individuality. If the switch is off, finished, this is Jada. Mysterious. So every word we have to first know. He is introducing what is the aim of our spiritual journey. To know who Ram is. And he gives us, Ram is a subtle and mysterious. It is not gross. It is no tangible. It is not form. It is not a form. It has no gross, expressions. So it is subtle, number one, and mysterious power. That pervades and sustains the whole universe. One example is, we hope all of you remember, if we plug the two openings in the nose and the mouth in 10-15 minutes time, death will take place. So the life force is entering into this body through the doorway is called nostrils and the mouth. Just imagine. This need not be 100% right, but to some extent we can understand. He is all pervading. This is subtle. We cannot say that. How does the breathing goes on? How does the various functions take place because of this life force goes in? We can call it as life force. Every word we can keep on contemplating, During these 5-6 days, when we took up this first, we couldn't move beyond this. Because it contains everything. The more we apply our mind, the more we become, oh, this is called the presence. Yeah. He is there now, present. Not that we have to seek him elsewhere. He is in the form of existence, Sat. He is in the form of awareness, the Chit. He is in the form of fullness, the bliss. Now and here. So this one particular word, no? Ram is a subtle and mysterious power that pervades and sustains the whole universe. Birthless and deathless is He. He is present in all things and in all creatures who only appear as separate entities due to their ever-changing forms. So it's floating. We can conceptualize like this, This all the sense of individuality, all that we see in the universe is floating in this. So to know this is the spiritual journey. Because this is called the spirit, which is subtle, which is a mysterious power, and our aim is to know this. The aim of the spiritual journey is to know this Ram. And then we need a school now. So, though not in this, He has given us, the world we live in is a school in which observation and experience offer us immense possibilities for self-improvement. Nay, the world itself is Guru or God. Because we need an institution where we will have the spiritual education. He has provided the world before us. We don't have to run after anything. This is also a wonderful exposition for us. So the aim of the spiritual journey is clear, to know who Ram is. Where from I will learn? The world is before you, that is the school. And then quest. Spiritual education starts with any education for that matter. The word quest. Father and mother, when they are 5 years old or 6 years old, we are taken to the school. We have no idea about education, no idea about quest, no idea about anything, We just join. Then we slowly develop all these ideas. Probably in a month's time or 2 months' time, we have some idea about what is to be done. What is the subject, what is the notebook, what is the homework, what is the role of a teacher, what is the role of myself, what is the methodology. Slowly, yes. So here, quest. One should be very clear as to what he or she is in search of. Because the school is vast, the world is vast. What are we in search for? That we should know now. We may look at a tree, but our attention may be on so many things of the tree except on the creative power in it. No doubt they are also relevant. But here the priority is that we should be able to see the creative power, how the seed sprouts. A seed, when it is kept on a table, apparently it doesn't have any action. But the moment we put it in a conducive atmosphere under the earth, with all the prerequisites, after a period of say 7 days or 8 days or 1 month, it breaks open. So the creative power is inside. If we are not clear about this, we will be just looking at the tree, appreciating it, and then go back. So that is why he said the spiritual education starts with the quest. One should be very clear as to what he or she is in search of. In Beloved Papa's case, it was clear that the search is to become aware of the indwelling and all-pervading reality. So he says, a keen desire to realize Ram's infinite love, kindled by Ram in the heart of his humble slave, Ramdas. So here the greatest advantage is in this 2 plus 1, 3 years time, he got stabilized in this. That even the very prompting came, the quest came because of Ram only. In our case, we still feel we are learning. So Papa says, unless you bring this dimension, it will not be a success. He is providing us the prompting, the motivation to think about all these things. He is facilitating through so many things. He is providing all the equipments in our body to hear, to absorb, to assimilate. If that is not there, if I simply take that I am hearing, I am reading, I am going through, I am thinking, I am trying to assimilate, we will be there where we started. Another clear cut. Kindled by Ram. Then naturally a curriculum. The curriculum means, the syllabus will be there, the training will be there, so many things. That means the theory and the practice, all put together, we can call it as curriculum. An overall picture covering both the theory and practice is necessary for spiritual education. So, it is not real, it is not memorizing something, learning something by heart, pushing something into our intellect. It is also there, but apart from that, realize the great truth that love of Ram means love of all beings, all creatures, all things in this world. So love of Ram, we can say, is the theory, and love of all beings, creatures and things in the world is called the practical. So curriculum, Papa places before the curriculum. You should have both these ideas. Not one is divorced from another. So aim of things, aim of spiritual education, the school, the quest, the curriculum. And next comes the syllabus subjects. For LKG, UKG, first standard, second standard, simple texts are introduced. But here, Papa straight away takes up the biggest text. First we can only understand. We can understand, try to understand the literal meaning of that word, surrender. We got this clarity only when we read in one of his articles that you should first surrender and then chant. Not chanting and surrender. You should first surrender to the Lord and then chant. We couldn't understand why, but now we understand. First, before he entered into this in quest of God, this is what he did. So he says this is the subject. Complete surrender to the will of Ram. Surrender is not a verbal assertion, it is not a mental acceptance, but a state of consciousness. By a complete surrender to the will of Ram, we lose consciousness of the body, which keeps us aloof from him, and find ourselves in a state of complete identification and union with Ram, who is in us, everywhere around us. When we read this, we may immediately feel he is asking us to do the PhD first and then take up the studies. That is because we have created in our mind such a feeling. Now we realize that unless this surrender aspect is clear, even our Ram Nam chanting will be on the surface level. Even our bhajan will be on the surface level. Even our satsang will be on the surface level. Even our pilgrimages will be on the surface level. Because the core of the thing which we have forgotten, So the subject is only surrender. Surrender, surrender, surrender. This is the one if you now observe all the chapters, you find everywhere this is writ large. Papa's whole guidance comes from this surrender. Because we have not started it, the mind will resist this naturally. We thought, Ram, Nam, Dhyan, Seva and surrender. No. In order to ensure that it does not become a superficial surface level activity, Papa brings in places before us. This is the syllabus. Once again we will read his word. By a complete surrender to the will of Ram, we should know we have not still entered into the text called In Quest of God. We lose consciousness of the body which keeps us aloof from Him and find ourselves in a state of complete identification and union with Ram, who is in us and everywhere around us. Suppose when we start with this, how am I to surrender? I don't know you. I believe you are there. So then we called out from so many things, He is the life force, He is the witness consciousness, He is the creative force, the sustaining power, that which motivates towards constant change, the overall intelligence which governs the universe by physical and spiritual law, truth, love, goodness, kindness, beauty, the ever-present all-pervading essence or spirit which binds everything in the universe together, gives life to everything in the universe. That means clarity on the truth is necessary for enabling us to surrender. If I don't know to whom to surrender, how will I surrender? Then I should know, no. So when he just brings the word surrender, he makes us to immediately ask, to whom? To that mysterious power Ram. How am I to go near him? It is still subtle and mysterious. It is not tangible. It is not palpable. It is not cognizable. It is not understandable. Then how am I to surrender? So through so many other, then we start searching. And that search gives us this. He himself says, witness consciousness, he himself says, life. Life is the expression of Atman. Though seemingly two, they are one. We all know, we did not give, either we did not know or we did not give importance to that word. Oh, Ram is life. Oh, creator, protector, destroyer of the world. The creative force, the sustaining element, that which motivates towards constant change, which we call as destruction. So, subject is surrender. Now, let us be very clear about it. We have not applied our mind on that. So, when I am doing anything under the banner of spiritual discipline, I should know that this is the syllabus. Hurdles are there, hurdles are there. The idea of I and mine must disappear entirely before the aspirant can find absolute freedom and peace in union with God. That means feeling as separate individuals through ignorance. So first of all itself, when the syllabus is made clear, immediately the problem comes, what is preventing me to surrender? It is the me and mine. So Papa says, start thinking now, how will you subdue, how will you control, how will you bring its influence on you down? Because we don't allow the God factor in us to come to play, because by the time it's slowly, I go and stand before it. So he gives way for our ego. Ramana Bhagavan says in one of his beautiful quotations, God is always the first person, Ramana Bhagavan says, the I, ever standing before you. Because you give precedence to worldly things, God appears to have receded to the background. The I really belongs to Him. But in my mind I have brought all the worldly things into the picture, so He takes backseat. God is always the first person, the I, ever standing before you. Because you give precedence to worldly things, God appears to have receded to the background. So hurdles, we are almost now clear. Now comes the methodology. So two things are important now. Aim is to know who Ram is, okay? School we are very clear. And now curriculum we are clear. That means not only knowing, feeling His presence in us, feeling His presence everywhere. Syllabus now is surrender.
Swamiji, if we are not able to surrender, surrender is not one thing, as you Papa told. It is a state of consciousness. We cannot say what is surrender itself. It is not a thing to be achieved, something like that. After surrendering only, we have to chant. That means
we have to think about it.
Clear. We say we are not surrendered, we are not able to surrender.
Because
that's something we know, understand.
Why we are now, no, we have not started with that, no. In his case,
the surrender reaching itself is...
we thought that is the aim, that is the ultimate.
Yes.
But that is the beginning. Because
it is everything. Once you surrender, everything is over.
No, it's not over. Realize the great truth. He says, kindled by Ram. That is expression of surrender. Even the very act of doing this sadhana, even the very act of now you are questioning this, is because he prompted, he becomes aware. That is surrender. Again, don't think surrender is a theory. Surrender is, he clearly mentions here, kindled by Ram. A keen desire to realize Ram's infinite love, kindled by Ram in the heart of his humble slave Ramdas. Surrender, no. Not that I started to realize, I want to realize God. God makes me to feel this, that I should realize God. In that particular article where he says surrender should come first, he said, we should know even the very prompting to chant God's name comes from Him. Then only the chanting will become fruitful. Initially we did not know. So we thought it is all theories. So we have to now keep on re-educating ourselves. What we thought as the final is the first step. So the mind has to be conditioned. And what is the first step? Even the very first step is motivated by Him, which is the truth, which I should become aware. Just like he says, a keen desire to realize Ram's infinite love, kindled by Ram in the heart of his humble slave Ramdas. First, we are reading from the first article.
the only thing we should say, I am not repeating, he is repeating. That only
He is
surrender.
making me to repeat.
No, that only surrender. I am
He
not
has given me, he has
He is
given
only
me.
giving
Ah,
it. Yeah,
correct.
that is surrender.
Now we will come to the methodology. To withdraw from all worldly activities and to move from individual to universal. That means, in his own words, recede from the world of vanishing forms and totally subdue our egoism, self-assertion as a separate individual existence. That means universal, no? Totally subdue our egoism, our self-assertion as a separate individual existence. That is a move from individual to universal. So our methodology is main, to put it in one word, is expansion from individual to universal. With this background, when we go through the inquest in the speaks, the first one, the first, what do you call it, first chapter, itself says all these things. In glimpses you will find, the first one says, go to the source. So the methodology again we unfold. Constant remembrance of him through chanting of his name with the feeling that he seated within is making us to do so. Chanting, constant remembrance of him through chanting of his name with the feeling that he seated within is making us to do so. Number 2, dedicating every activity to him as seva because everything is his. When we come to this world, we do not bring anything. So whatever is necessary for our basic existence, whatever that are needed for a comfortable life are provided by him. So everything is ultimately his. So when I handle right from the tiniest to the grossest, I should know I must dedicate to him, to his different forms, that's all. Not that I am doing it. That is how does the surrender comes, Yeah, these are all the ways by which the aspect of surrender comes. He has provided. Now he has provided the letters, he has provided the grammar, he has provided the usages, he has given us he has facilitated us to learn that, and he is now making us to use the language. The word A to Z, that was not done by us. Grammar was not done by us. The different idioms, phrases, all those things were not done by us. And we did not know how to do it. So he facilitated us to learn all these things through our teachers, through our education, through reading, through paper, through book, so many things. So when I become aware of this, even these words are to be offered to him only. This is called seva. And then trying to still the thoughts to get a glimpse of the core of our being through inward journey dhyana. He says, by concentrating our mind, by making all thoughts converge up to one point, revert your gaze within. Therein lies the splendor of our soul, which animates all your thoughts. This splendor is the divine consciousness within us. By concentrating our mind, that is, by making all thoughts converge up to one point, revert your gaze within. Therein lies the splendor of your soul, which animates all your thoughts. This splendor is the divine consciousness within us. We are in the methodology, To put it in one word, individual to universal. Think in terms of universal, not in terms of individual. Talk in terms of universal, not in terms of individual. Do in terms of universal, not in terms. These are all the words of Papa. This is the methodology. We never knew that. And for that, to make it a reality in our life, In so many words later, he gave us this Nam Dhyan Seva. We all do this as a ritual, as a practice, as an exercise. But the rationale behind it is expansion from me to we. Am I? Then next comes periodical evaluation. Before appearing for the final exams, the practice is to check up whether sufficient clarity and progress are there, or is there lack of intensity and commitment. Otherwise we will not be able to. We started the course, no doubt. So he says, introspection and direct examination of one's own heart are essential for a man who wishes to make himself pure, thereby prepare himself for obtaining eternal peace and happiness which his soul thirsts for. And he lists out, let him know where he stands, what he is, what his inner cravings are, what is the disease that has seized his soul, what are the impurities lurking in his mind, what is the great obstacle that stands between him and the immortal bliss and peace, what are the bonds that keep him tied down to the low levels of life and prevent him from soaring into the heaven of his real life and being, the eternal truth. That means normally we complain, we have completed the portion, the teacher has done it, still we say we don't understand, it is not clear. Unless I understand that it is not clear, how will I make it clear? Then we go to the teacher or the parent, if he is well educated, we will go to and ask him this question. Today he took up this portion, I am not very clear. Or we may go to the teacher again. Or we may go to our classmate who has understood it well. Like that, we have to evaluate. Otherwise we will not be able to sit for the final exam. So that is why elaborately he said, when you have diagnosed this problem, when you go to whom we should go, what we should do, he said, when he has thus by deep reflection discovered what he is, he can, through prayer, through self-discipline, through company of great souls, and acts of love and compassion, get rid of all impediments, mental obsessions, nay darkness that envelops his soul, and realize the splendor, power, peace and joy of the great truth that dwells within him. So this evaluation, periodical, quarterly, half-yearly exams are there, In SSLC, in our times, we used to have monthly test. Monthly test. What has been covered in the month, the teachers will give us a model exam there. Wonderful system, because the teachers were very particular that we absorb. Otherwise, how will I know? And when I am not in a position to answer it, the teacher will why you have not answered like this? Why you have answered like this? Why you have not answered properly? So I was not clear. Again, he will give us what is needed for us. So this is the periodic evaluation. Again, to repeat, aim of the spiritual journey, the institution, quest, curriculum, syllabus, hurdles, methodologies, periodical evaluation. And then comes the examination. When I pass through all these things, Papa puts in a simple way. That means we need some exercise to know that we are moving on the right direction. That is called examination. Sacrifice all the interests that concern the body for the welfare of our fellow men and fellow creatures who are all manifestations of the same Ram. Unless and until me and mine is completely rooted out, how will it come? Just imagine. Sacrifice all the interests that concern the body for the welfare of our fellow men and fellow creatures who are all manifestations of the same Ram. Every moment we can watch. That means every moment we are put to this examination. We may fail. On some occasion we may succeed. The number of the points secured, the points lost, we will know every day. Then we will try to improve. The points secured should be more. Just like in a game, when they give us 3 or 4 chances. So every day from morning, this test is there. Sacrifice all the interests that concern the body for the welfare of our fellow men and fellow creatures who are all manifestations of the same Ram. Every now and then when we are...
Till the love comes, we cannot sacrifice something. Till love is not there, we are loving our body only.
Yeah. We will not be able to. So this is the examination. We have to prepare for the examination. Every now and then we need some testimony, Because whenever I am in doubt, whenever there are failures after failures, what is it that gives me the confidence? I don't think I will be able to do it. No. Then somebody comes and says, no, it's not like that. Failures are stepping stones. Perseverance is a keynote for success. All those things, they keep on advising us. Nothing is lost. So like that, we need some testimony. So here, to get stabilized in our pursuit, we need some concrete proof. The biographical sketch of the life and mission of a galaxy of Mahatmas.
We feel we lose when we sacrifice. When we sacrifice.
Me and mine is strong. And final degree, what is it that is going to be? At the end of the pursuit, what will be conferred on us? A state of complete identification and union with Ram. A state of complete identification and union with Ram. Final accreditation. What is the ultimate fruition of our entire efforts? He says the fullest manifestation of Ram, the great truth, the infinite love. So this is how our imaginary sketch of the course of studies given by Papa. We feel this revelation should have come on the first day of our entry here. Then Papa says from inside, you will not be able to understand anything unless you pass through certain this thing. So even for the entrance test, you need to sit for an entrance test. Tomorrow we will take up all these. Only after surrender we realize that everything is already divine. So this is the first introductory article, gives us the prospectus, our course of studies. So let us be clear now. This is the first book, first article of the first book of Papa.
5-6 lines, 5-8 lines maybe.
Only hardly one page.
Hardly one.
But only by assimilating, by going deeper, we are able to find out this. We would have read, initially we did not read also this particular, we straight away go to the first chapter. And later on we started reading this. But never applied our mind deeply on this. Because there was struggle. When we do the sadhana as prescribed by, as understood by us, not as prescribed by, as understood by us, when we started doing it, in right earnest we did. And we know there are hurdles, umpteen number of hurdles. We are not in a position to do throughout our waking state chanting. Even while chanting, this surrender has not stuck to us at all. Even while we are doing, we thought, seva means, helping others, that's all. We never thought, the moment I get up till I retire to bed, all activity that I do is called seva. All these things were not clear to us. And when we heard in dhyan, we thought sitting on a crossed leg, vertebral column erect, and then close your eyes and sit there. And what next? No idea. Mind will be roaming. Because mind is, we have not applied our mind on whom it should be concentrated upon. So all things we got started, probably in our case, for passing the entrance exam, Papa thought, you have to first go through all these things, and then now you can understand slowly that there is an implied course of studies. There is a structured course of studies for you, though it looks unstructured outwardly. Because with that, when we look at, we find, yes, he was chanting God's name, he was trying to look everything as God's creation, he was surrendering everything to your power. Nothing was getting affected. He had the clarity on the impersonal aspect of this. He was not carried away by anything that is traditional. All these things because he had the clarity right from the start. The 2 years must have been the real struggle for him. 20 to 22. So when God made him to go through the severe stressful period, finally God showed him also that I am there, don't worry. I have given you all this, I have prepared yourself, and now come on, hold my hand, I will take you out. So this is how the introductory portion we look at it. Because he himself has said, the first learning one gets from Beloved Papa's teaching is that spiritual journey is not a structured one, and each one has to chalk out one's own path based upon the constitution of the body, mind, intellect. So he was very particular. However, for a beginner, some structuring is necessary in the initial stage, as otherwise it becomes a non-starter. With this view, a deep search inside the teachings of Beloved Papa was undertaken, and here are the findings. Now, in the case of a little more committed person like Ananda Shiva, the Purvashram name of Puja Swami Sachidanand, who expressed his deep desire for a contemplative life, Papa did give a structured one. This we don't know now. But in his case, he knew he was a committed person. In the case of a little more committed person like Ananda Shivan, who expressed his deep desire for a contemplative life, Papa, on greeting him after assuming sannyas at Rishikesh and taking the new name Sachidananda, suggested in his letter the following guidelines. Clear cut. You now know that your life is entirely dedicated to God. Number 2, feel conscious of this every moment, that the life is dedicated to God, for nothing else, only for God. This thought itself will help you in realizing the goal. Of course, our hearty blessings are with you for your attainment of self-illumination. Do sadhana in a disciplined manner. Be regular in your early morning meditations. Avoid tamasic influences either from within or without. Do not get involved in any external work, however exalted it may appear to be. Concentrate on the sadhana. Occasionally go and have darshan of Swami Shivananji. His company, even for a short while, will be a source of inspiration to you. Keep before you the central truth that God dwells within you and that you are his manifestation. This he gave in 1950. On 26th January 1949, Anantashivan joined here, dedicated his life, and he got involved in various types of activities. And we presume that early in 1950 he must have told, Papa, enough is enough, I don't want this. I want to lead a contemplative life. 1 year of intensely observing. And Swamiji was very clear, though he was perfectly handling everything, he was not getting any joy. So he had the boldness to go and tell Papa, I don't want this type of life. I want a contemplative life. And then immediately Papa said, yes, okay, very good. You go to Rishikesh. You take sannyas. You stay there independently. Never join any organization. This was the... Now I feel, everything is structured. So now, keep before you the central truth, that at the beginning he gives you this, that God dwells within you, that you are all his manifestation. Let your mind always dwell on him. Let Ram Nam ring on your lips whenever you are not doing any meditation or reading. You may reduce the reading to the minimum. Learn by heart some stotras that elevate your mind. Be free and cheerful like a bird and feel assured that the divine is at your back. You are sure to reach the goal. What a package, just imagine. A package of instructions. Everything has been touched here. Do's and don'ts are clear. Methodology is clear. Aim is clear. Everything is clear. So when we started, applying our mind more and more on this, Acha, Papa, you gave a clear-cut... Then Papa answers that he did not volunteer. That's the difference. He allowed Swamiji to work here. And he wanted to come out in his own way. That is unstructured. We should know the difference between the structure and unstructured. By the word unstructured, what Papa means, pathless path, what he means is, it should come from within, just like it came from within. And then when he approaches somebody gives him a chart. And it is up to us to take up the chart. Because when I ask something, it will be within the limits of my limitations. Within my reservations will be there, my conditionings are there. Because I am not following what you said. I am just placing it because I have not been able to understand so many things. I said, I am coming out with my own. If I have got a better idea, I will not come to you. But then he gives these sparks of clarity. So it is unstructured, yes, but it is also structured. So this makes us to think now whether what we have been doing is on the correct line. It may be right also. All these things probably we would not have put in an order in the way in which now it is discussed. But everywhere it is all there. So probably it will become easy for us now to bring out, children used to play with that box, so many numbers will be there. And all the numbers are to be properly put in. And you win the game. 1 to 9 or something like Sudoku, for example. Similarly, our job is now to put everything. So many things Papa has given now in our lifetime. Probably not in a structured way, not in a way it should give us the benefit. But he makes us to know that we have not also really drawn the fullest benefit. So now, with all these readings, with all these hearings, with all these inputs given by Papa, we can try to rearrange, rearrange our thinking system, our approaching system, so that we will be able to derive the fullest benefit. So in our recap, we were just able to touch only the iceberg of a
Tip of the iceberg. Tip of the iceberg.
Tip of the iceberg of our prospectus. So we are deeply thankful to Papa because he has thrown us a lot of light on this. An article which did not attract the attention of anybody. Now we know why you placed it on the first before starting the chapter. Previously we did not know. But now when you want us to go deeper and deeper into it, it becomes very clear. It contains a hidden prospectus. Not in an expressive form, but in an implied form. The rest of the chapters we will take up tomorrow, and so many people have written so many things in their chats we couldn't go through. We will go through it tomorrow, and then we will try to share some thoughts on it also. Anyway, 100% there is a feeling now that he is holding our hands and taking us from stage to stage. Slowly we can feel that. That feeling itself is the shadow experience of the surrender. He is holding our hand, and he is taking us deeper, 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 deeper. So we are safe in his hands. Now we are praying to him, please don't make me to divert my attention on something else. Let me cling on to you inwardly and join this before long so that we can reach the goal. Hari Om. Om Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram Om Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram Om.
Jaya Ram, Jaya Jaya Ram Om Shri Ram, 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 Jaya Jaya Ram, Jaya Jaya Ram Om Shri Ram, Jaya Jaya Ram, Jaya Jaya Ram Om Shri Ram, Jaya Jaya Ram, Jaya Jaya Ram Om Shri Ram, Jaya Jaya Ram, Jaya Jaya Ram Om Shri Ram, Jaya Jaya Ram, Jaya Jaya Ram Om Shri Ram, Jaya Jaya Ram, Jaya Jaya Ram Om Shri Ram, Jaya Jaya Ram, Jaya Jaya Ram Om Shri Ram, Jaya Jaya Ram, Jaya Jaya Ram Om Shri Ram, Jaya Jaya Ram, Jaya Jaya Ram Om Shri Ram, Jaya Jaya Ram, Jaya Jaya Ram Om Shri Ram, Jaya Jaya Ram, Jaya Jaya Ram Om Shri Ram, Jaya Jaya Ram, Jaya Jaya Ram Om Shri Ram, Jaya Jaya Ram, Jaya Jaya Ram Om Shri Ram, Jaya Jaya जय राम जय जय राम राम जय राम जय जय राम ॐ श्रीराम जय राम जय जय राम ॐ श्रीराम जय राम जय जय राम ॐ श्रीराम जय राम जय जय राम ॐ श्रीराम
yesterday we were going through some of the comments made in the chat option. Somebody has asked, can you elaborate on meditation? There could be so many meaning or interpretation for the word meditation. But as we go through Papa's teachings, especially in Quest of God, when we correlate it with the contents of Passage to Divinity, the book, where it has been elaborately mentioned about his pre-22 period. So in the first chapter when he says, after he heard intuitively, what was that word? When he prayed, from the bottom of the heart, he heard intuitively, despair not, trust me, thou shalt be free. Intuitively he heard. Now we feel, because later on he said, this was the voice of Ram, these encouraging words of Ram proved like a plank thrown towards a man struggling for a very life in the stormy waves of a raging sea. This great assurance soothed the aching heart of helpless Ramdas, like gentle rain on thirsting earth. Thenceforward, a part of the time that was formerly devoted to worldly affairs was taken up for the meditation of Ram, who for that period gave him real peace and relief. So here the meditation we surmise, we infer. The dwelling on this intuitive feeling. God is inside me, He has assured me. And I have to trust Him, not believing Him. All these thoughts welled up, so this can be termed as meditation. Later on we find when we think about the attributes of His name, to the exclusion of all other thoughts, that also at times we name it as meditation. Later on when we go through many of His teachings, He will say that the three types of chanting, vocal, silent and mental. And through the mental chanting, all thoughts are arrested, the witness consciousness develops, wells up. That process we can call it as meditation. That is watching our thoughts. Watcher is the real you, he will say that. So that means, we are parading before us all the thoughts, and there is a watcher watching the thoughts. That process also we can name it as meditation. So let us not get confused about it. We will say dwelling on God thought. God who is nameless, formless. God who is the living force, life force. God is the intelligence absolute. God is the awareness absolute. So whenever the mind thinks about that, at the exclusion of all other, we can name it as meditation. These are all words, After all, these are all words. Because later on, same Papa has said, Ramdas have never gone on meditation. After he came back from the itinerant tour, when he was back in the Panchapandava caves, he said Ramdas had never sat for meditation. So one day he sat, and for 2 or 3 hours, he was in that blissful state. So there also he names it as meditation. That means totally absolute stillness, where no thoughts are there. So let us be on the process in whatever way it comes to us, and it will get refined, rather than thinking about the academic side. Another one has written, each one has a separate path designed by Papa, which we can get only by praying right. Yes, correct. Each one's assignment is independent. The assignment in the world outside. So he has given us the mental equipment, the physical equipment, the everything according to that. So we should know this is the assignment he has given. He may make us to try so many things, and finally he will lead us to what exactly he wants us to do. In the Vyavaharik language we call it as failures, but it is not failure. He is putting us so many tests to pass. Finally we are qualified to take up that particular assignment. Another question, we too write exams but do not intend to hand over the answer papers for correction, for revision. Absolutely right. These are all nice reflections. Normally when we write the exam, we give to the examiner, the answer paper. And later on he goes and valuation takes place and the result is declared. Here, that also we keep it with us. That means that even the so-called labeled spiritual exercise, even in that we don't bring him into the picture. But in Papa's case, even the very quest he attributes to Ram only. This is a very, very educative thought. Even the very start, even for making me to write the exam, he is there. He is providing me the answer paper. He is giving me the pen. He is giving me the intelligence to write. And naturally everything is his, so he takes. Instead of that, the sense of arrogance, sense of agency thinks, I am doing sadhana, I am doing Ramnam, I am doing this, I am doing that, I am doing seva, I am doing dhyana. Then that means we are not handing over the answer paper. That is why most of us are feeling that we are not progressing, Which Papa said, even that has to be handed over to him. Which is called, surrender first and then chant. Another person raised. With our intense sadhana, we should force Ram to make us, enable us to surrender to him till we realize him. Yeah. By repetition of Ram Nam and with our intense sadhana, we should force Ram to take us. Yeah, that pining should be there. But taking him into task. Why are you delaying? There is a beautiful bhajan Amma used to sing, it is there in the Manasa Vacha Karmana Nirantaram Ninna Smarikunnu Ennittum Ennodu Kanivu Gatan Amantamente Panname. By thought, word and deed, I am constantly thinking about you and why are you delaying? Such type of prayer, such type of appeal. That should be there, correct. Another one says, only after surrender we realize that everything is ordained by him. It takes a realized soul to understand that surrender comes first. Great revelation today. We need to ponder over this. Absolutely you are right. Papa is talking to us these words after realization. But as he said, we take it that this is a guideline for us. But though he did not say that surrender should precede Ramnam chanting, when we go back to what he was doing it, every word in quest of God, he says Ram made him do. Gradually love for Ram increased. The more Ramdas meditated on and uttered his name, the greater the relief and joy he felt. His devotion to Ram progressed by leaps and bounds. Initial stages, there is a prayer, intense prayer, and an effort. to get himself stabilized in the surrender aspect. He was very clear about the surrender aspect right from the beginning. But to get it stabilized, somebody else wrote to us yesterday through email. Instead of concentrating upon the gurus, why should we not concentrate on ours? Absolutely right. That is the purpose of reading this. We are not trying to understand what Papa did. We are trying to understand what Papa's experience can help us in our journey. It should be very clear, very sure. Turning our mind within is the aim. But for that we are making use of Papa's experience, that's all. So even we should be very careful that we are not concentrating upon what Papa did. What Papa did, how much it helps us in our sadhana, that is important. A lay person can surrender only when convinced about the greatness of the person to whom we surrender. First by learning about him from gurus and then through chanting. Absolutely right, absolutely right. Anubhava Kada, no? We say that even in temple deities, we get more and more faith when we hear about their experience from the different devotees. So much with the Guru also. Somebody will say, have you gone to and see this Guru? The moment we see him, we find some inexplicable joy or some. Just like what Papa had when he met Ramana Bhagavan. We can't exactly say what it is, but there is an inexplicable, positive, deep influence, positive influence. Then we go to him. So these are all, that is the stage God slowly sets up for us to get introduced to this subject. Then management principle states, plan, do, check, and again plan in a repetitive cycle. All these things are valid until we are sadhakas. All these things are valid until we hand over. Purushartha is there until we know that we are a sadhaka. And once we hand over, suddenly we cannot jump into that platform and behave like that. No. So we are chanting, we are doing bhajan, we are having satsang, we are trying to bring in the God dimension in all that we think, in all that we talk, in all that we do. All these things are called self-efforts. This we have to do it until we know that He is behind this. The moment we realize He is behind this, who is there to do all these things? We cannot jump into that stage now. So all these things are valid now. That is why they will say, it is up to you to make or mar your life. We have to do our job until we know that He is making us to do. That should be very clear in our mind. Another one. Think Ram took the form of Papa only for us to scale the height in spirituality. That's okay. It's a loop. Never stop surrendering even while doing sadhana. Correct. Never stop surrendering even while doing sadhana. Maxwell. By annual exam, I meant the summative exam. What is the summative exam? SUMMATIVE. I don't know. As compared to periodic test. We don't understand that. Watching the thoughts gives us a little idea of who is the watcher. Periodic test, but sometimes exams more than once a year. So like that, so many. Anyway, the thing is, Papa is now making us to go deeper. That is what is intended. That is what is planned. So yesterday we went through the first introductory article of Papa, and we found that he has given us a prospectus, or we can, not that he has given us a prospectus, we can make out a prospectus from that, where the course is there, the curriculum is there, syllabus is there, methodology is there, hurdles are identified, what is the exams, what is the accreditation, all those things we were able to dig out. It might be imaginary sketch, but it helps us in our sadhana. Achha. With this background, we enter into the text. So here the first chapter, like this introductory, gives so many factors for a sadhaka or a devotee. First and foremost is the total surrender comes, He cries. This was the heart's cry of Ram. What was the heart's cry? Where is relief, where is rest? It is not our, what do you call that? Normally what we have cry. When we cry, it touches anybody's heart, Crying, just imagine. When somebody pleads, when somebody asks, then somebody pleads, then somebody cries. What is our reaction? Somebody asks, we answer, is it possible or not. Pleads, we start requesting whether it can be accommodated. When he cries, immediately we feel we should do something. Whatever it may be. We may talk philosophy, but when we see somebody's eyes are full of tears, it touches our heart. So God's heart is also touched, because we are His creation. So this what do you call this feeling, this bhavana is also His. So with the bhavana He has given, we can make use of that bhavana. That means from the bottom of the heart, pleading. Beautiful word, cry. Many instances will come before everybody's eyes. When somebody is in tears, you immediately want to do something. Even if you are not in a position to do anything, at least there will be a deep desire to help him. So we will hear God's words intuitively only when such cry comes. First lesson He teaches. It should not be surface level, superficial level, outer level. It will not. I come in all humility to Thy holy feet and surrender myself entirely to Thee. We know that because it is at the surface level, it has not touched our heart. It has not touched our heart, so it has not touched His heart. When Pinakin Bhai asked Swamiji, every day during Swamiji's that 4.5 years, 4.5 months, 4.5 years, the trying period in his life. So we had added a prayer for his speedy restoration to normal health. So Pinakin Bhai, when he was in Pune, we were also there. He said, in spite of the fact that so many devotees are praying, why it is not? So Swamiji immediately smiled and said, prayer is not coming from the heart. Just like what we do here, prayer, oh adorable presence. So that is the indication. It has not touched. So Sudama, when he went to Dwaraka, when he was not allowed to go and enter, the watchman, he was not praying for anything else, but the tears were coming. He was recollecting his old days. He was not bothered about his entry. How happy to see my mate, room classmate, to be in such a position. Then tears were started coming. Immediately, he was sitting and he started coming, running towards him. The watchmen who refused to, Varabalagas who refused to give him permission, they were stunned. They saw the Lord coming and embracing him. He was in tears. We remember many incidents. Normally you or anybody will say, I was about to ask this question, suddenly the answer was answered without my asking. It is deep. When it is deep, in a mysterious way, it touches the heart of another. So crying, that's the first lesson. That was the heart's cry of Ramdas. Where is relief? Where is rest? The cry was heard. And from the great void came the voice, despair not, trust me, thou shalt be free. Trust me. So two things are here. So when the cry is there, then only that means the last vestige of our, just like what Papa said, what did he say that? You climb the tree and you are not holding on to anything. I cannot do it today, Without holding on to think about him, So similarly, this total surrender, total reliance, total, dependence, total dependence. That is what is needed for hearing this. It need not be a sound as we all feel. We don't know that. Gandhiji used to say, it was exactly like the sound what I am hearing. Even if the whole world says no, I can feel it, yes, it's the voice. It is as clear as somebody sitting in the room and talking, So we cannot say in what form. So we infer now, because we are not purified to that extent, we can say we can intuitively hear. That means I will hear the voice. When I cry. And then he introduces the word great world. To get the word great void for the Almighty Lord of the universe means what an amount of manana he must have done, What an amount of clarity he had got about the word God. It is not emptiness, it is fullness. Emptying of all the known thoughts, all the knowables, all we call it as thought. So that is why we say it is void, but it is full. So many interpretations. I will just read out one. We feel Papa must have got this from Yoga Vasishtha. In Yoga Vasishtha, somewhere when Rama asks, where does this Lord dwell? Rama asks Vasishtha. And how can I reach him? So Vasishtha replied, he who has been described as the Lord is not very far. He is the intelligence dwelling in the body. He is the universe, though the universe is not he. He is pure intelligence. Rama remarked, even a little boy says that the Lord is intelligence. What need is there for special instruction concerning this? Vasishtha replied, one who knows that pure intelligence is the objective universe knows nothing. Sentient is the universe. Sentient is the soul jiva. Sentient means vibrating. The sentient creates the knowable, gets involved in sorrow. When there is a cessation of the knowable and the flow of attention towards that which is not knowable, that is pure intelligence, then there is fulfillment, one goes beyond sorrow. Without cessation of the knowable, what all I know, I cut off. That is cessation of the knowable. One's attention cannot be finally turned away from the knowable. Mere awareness of the involvement of the jiva in samsara is of no use. But if the Supreme Lord is known, sorrow comes to an end. Again Rama asks, please describe the Lord. No, please be attentive. This is the word. The cosmic intelligence in which the universe, as it were, ceases to be, is the Lord. In Him, the subject-object relationship appears to have ceased. As such, He is the void in which the universe appears to exist. In Him, even cosmic consciousness stands like a mountain. In Yoga Vasishtha, this is how the word void comes. That means absence of otherness. Otherness can come only because of a thought. So thought is not there. There is nobody to say. There is no subject-object relationship. Everything is full. There is no other. Beyond that, nothing can be told. So he uses the word, he is the void, in which the universe appears to exist. In him, even cosmic consciousness stands like a mountain. Just as a pillar is said to be devoid of the statue when it has not actually been carved out, so also Brahman is said to be void when it is devoid of the impression of the world. It may be a little difficult to understand, but whether it is difficult or not, Papa has used the word, so we have to do some thinking. Today we have been frantically searching throughout Papa's entire teachings. Nowhere else he has brought this. The one and only place he brought this was the first chapter, first page of In Quest of God. We were thinking, why? You have not given the explanation of void later. Then we felt as it were, no? This has to be evolved by oneself. No matter how many times somebody repeats, this cannot be, because unlike other words in the spirituality, void cannot be explained by anybody. If we explain it is not void, no? Knowable. Clear, no? In him, the subject-object relationship appears to have ceased as such. He is the void in which the universe appears to exist. Just as a pillar is said to be devoid of the statue when it has not actually been carved out, so also Brahman is said to be void when it is devoid of the impression of the world. A pillar is put, so many carvings takes place. No? Before that, if the pillar is not there, the carving cannot come. But we look at the carving and get stuck with the carving, we hardly recognize the pillar. So also Brahman is said to be void when it is devoid of the impression of the world. So when we remove the carving impression, then only we see the pillar. So when we remove the world of plurality, then only void can be. Brahman becomes void. Anyway, for a beginner like us, this much is understood, that he is not in the list of knowables. That is why he said he is a mysterious power. Today he prompted us, in August issue, we will try to apply our mind on great void, the vision. We will try to gather as much details from others so that we get clarity. However much we write, read, no, it cannot. It is purely, just like he said, in surrender. Not a verbal assertion, not a mental acceptance, but a state of experience. So void is also a state of experience. So when he cried, when he heard, he could attribute the source of that source from where he got, it was from this great void. Absolutely impersonal. So these are lesson number 3, And then he introduces the word Ram. This was the voice of Ram. Hereafter he will only say Ram. So Ram also has been introduced as the great void. And then thinking about that, deeply thinking about that is meditation, we can say. So he said, totally devoted to worldly affairs was taken up for the meditation of Ram. So first we started getting clarity on the word Ram. In our case, probably we would not have applied our mind. Now we will, Why should we unnecessarily think, why did I not know all this? Now he is making us know, He gave us the book probably many decades ago. He did not prompt us to read, okay. Probably we were not fit enough to understand. Now after a lot of ups and downs in the life, he made us to witness, he made us to experience. Now the equipment has been more or less molded in such a way that it can slowly absorb these subtle, subjective points, like mysterious power, like great void, like Ram, the end, the birthless, deathless. These are all words, we cannot easily digest those words. So we would have started Ramnam without thinking about all these things. Doesn't matter. That Ramnam has brought us to this stage, and now he says, meditation on Ram should go. In our case, we can say, along with Rama chanting. It should not be after this. So this is another 4th lesson. Meditation should precede Ramnam, but in our case we can say it should go hand in hand with Ramnam. Because later he had said, ceaseless chanting of Ramnam coupled with. So this is another lesson for us. And then he said, the more Ramdas meditated on and uttered his name. So it was not merely uttering. Uttering should be accompanied with this meditation, dwelling. Then the greater the relief and joy he felt. So even after the chanting, slowly, it started staying with him. In our case, the moment the session is over, we are back to square one. Another lesson for us. So, because even after chanting, the joy was, he started feeling it, he wanted to continue it. So in between all the, whenever he gets a pause moment, he was filling it up with Ram Bhajan, his devotion for Ram progressed by leaps and bounds. Devotion to Ram means devotion to him. So even if the period ever so small, he started feeling. What was the tangible gain? When somebody was coming to his aid, he said, Ram was coming to his aid in unexpected forms. See? Now the slowly getting concretized. Whenever in trouble, a soothing word, a helping hand, a material support, whatever it comes, he was able to immediately see not the individual, but Ram coming to his aid. This is the tangible gain of meditating and chanting. We now see for ourselves, we have not, because immediately after chanting we see individual as an individual, situation as a situation, object as an object. So now with that, we'll try. So even after the chanting stops, if the chanting is done with the right frame of mind, we will be able to retain the joy we felt even while not chanting the name. Another lesson for all of us. And then he started reducing all his personal comforts. We call it a self-denial or tapas or vairagya, whatever we call it. He wanted to pull the entire thinking, faculty, thinking time on this. Suppose I add so many possessions, I think about that, in the corner of my mind there will be anxiety to preserve, to protect for its security. So minimum, barest minimum. In what all ways it can be brought, he listed. So the whole idea was to think more, to fill the mind more and more with the God thought. And meditation of Ram continued apace. Every now and then he says that, no taste but for Ram. Meditation of Ram continued apace. It encroached upon the hours of the day and the so-called worldly duties. That means even while he was doing anything, this meditation on Ram, the thought about Ram, bringing God dimension, it was writ large. Now we know that we do certain things only on a specified time, specified. Then there is a total disconnection. Our attitude towards men and matters would have changed a little, no doubt. But that is not a consolation. Are we able to see his hand? He is behind. So Papa in this first chapter itself, gives all clues. Some foundation for our sadhana, Key points. We may immediately try to imitate, the self-denial aspect. No. What is important is whether we are remembering God. And this automatically goes. When my priority is shifted to God thought, that which takes me away from the God thought are not automatically dropped off. We without knowing it, we only see what he has outwardly done. Because what has inwardly has taken place, which he has expressed, which we don't know. He says here, meditation of Ram continued apace. It encroached upon the hours of the day and the so-called worldly duties. And then to give a boost, initiation, So through initiation he says, we don't have to crave for this. At the appropriate time, the Guru will come and initiate with, if necessary. And there also, he doesn't stand on any formalities. Though he started naming his father as Gurudev, unlike what we all do, he did not crowd around, he did not carry his photo, not a word about him throughout the 1 year, What has been asked by his Guru, he was trying to keep up. So first he said, he asked if you assuring him that if he repeated this mantra at all times, Ram would give him eternal happiness. So at all times means he said 24 hours. So he was trying, that's all. So when we look back, we find, accepting what the Guru said, we are doing everything. We did not concentrate, unknowingly. We looked at him, we were charmed by his personality, charmed by his presentation, the way in which he talks, the way in which he modulates, all those things, the way in which he dresses, the way in which he walks, what all he touched, what all he used, we have started concentrating upon these things, accepting what he asked us to do. Here everything else is forgotten, only what he wanted him to do, he concentrated. A big lesson for us, very big lesson. Then another lesson is periodical satsang. Satsang need not necessarily be attending a pravachan or having the physical darshan. It can be through associating with the inspiring life and mission or thoughts of Mahatmas. Another lesson for us. Srimad Bhagavad Gita, Light of Asia, New Testament, and Gandhiji's Young India and Ethical Religion. Some sample he has given. And then in the Bhakti in Ram was thus nurtured in the electric atmosphere. Here is a wonderful revelation, Wonderful revelation. That is, it did not become a dry philosophy. Right from the start, he was blessed with this. Though he said Ram is a mysterious power, though he said great void, though he said, all the nobles are removed, everything is impersonal. So naturally, one will be tempted, one will be tempted to hold on to a nameless, formless, which we call it as a dry approach. But in order that Papa does not slip into this, at the same time retaining it. It is the hardest, the toughest path. Impersonality, at the same time devotion. Normally when we say devotion to, devotion to. There are two there, dualism is there. A devotee and the devoted, So here on the first chapter he brings the word Bhakti in Ram. So there is a harmonious blend of Bhakti and Jnana here, right from the very start. Excellent, the excellent start for us. So that we don't become emotional, we don't become analytical, rational, logical. We take both and combine, and there is a harmonious blend. So, Bhakti in Ram was thus nurtured. And how it got developed? Bhagavad Gita. Where so many times the Lord says in the first person, no? Dedicate to me, that non-dual Brahman. But at the same time there is an Arjuna and there is Krishna. Tasmat sarveshu kaleshu mam anusmare vidyacha. At all times and all places, remember me and fight the battle of life. Remember me, Mamevamsho jivaloke jivabhuta. I am there as an amsha in everybody. There are many. Maija Anyani Yogena, Bhakti Vyabhijari. So many slokas are there where he identifies Mamekam Sharanam Braja, So many you can find. Absolute impersonal aspect. But at the same time, there is a devotee and the Lord. So there are two stages in us. A devotee's level is there and a Lord's level is there. And till we reach, we maintain the devotees. Even after reaching, we can still maintain. That's what Papa has shown us. So that dimension he brings in at the first start, so the devotees do not get the feeling that because it is impersonal, it's a dry philosophy. No. So bhakti in Ram was thus nurtured in the electric atmosphere created by the influence of these great men on the mind of humble Ramdas. Now, what is the cumulative effect of all these things? Right from crying, right from getting the answer intuitively, right from getting the clarity that it is coming from the great void, right from the moment you remembered, he felt the relief. To keep up that relief, he was remembering, which he called as meditation. And the more he meditated, he was enjoying the bliss. So he started dwelling more and more upon it. And for that, he wanted more and more mind space. So all the self-denials dropped. Then God factor was there. Right from that, initiation, and right from the satsang. And finally, another lesson for all of us, we may be doing so many things. Do we evaluate? So here the evaluation. It was at this time that it slowly dawned upon his mind that Ram was the only reality. All else was false. While desires for the enjoyment of worldly things were fast falling off, consideration of me and mine was also wearing out. Great punch. Me and mine. Me and mine. Papa elsewhere coins it as what? Selfishness? Crystallized selfishness. In Gita Sandesh, first chapter, he will bring this crystallized selfishness. So the hurdle in yesterday, it was identified right from the start. And he was watching whether all these things were helping him to reduce the me and mine. Then only he was able to keep up. It is not after that he was left, no. Here in his case, the entrance exam is the final exam, we can say. Because in the entrance exam, everything has been covered. Because last line, all thought, all mind, all heart, all soul was concentrated on Ram covering up and absorbing everything. So in a nutshell, we can say the first chapter is the quintessence of the entire Papa's sadhana and teaching. Entire. A corollary to the introductory message. We have to keep on reading this first chapter also. Never think we have covered. We have never covered. We can never cover the first page, first chapter. Until each and every word, which Papa has written, we do this manana and then reflect, then try to watch, then try to make amends in our sadhana. Even then we cannot say, because the last line is, it is not PhD, something more than PhD, All thought, all mind, all heart, all soul was concentrated on Ram, Ram covering up, absorbing everything. Nothing else but Ram. Nothing but the power which now makes us to talk. Nothing but the power which makes everyone to hear, everyone to see. That power, Ram. Not this side or not that side. So he was able to declare, it was covering up everything. All thought, all mind, all heart, all soul was concentrated on Ram. Ram covering up, absorbing everything. Everything comes from this power, everything floats on this power, everything fades into this power. Every moment, everything is coming from this power. Everything is actuated because of this power. Everything is floating in this power. And everything recedes into this power, which he has named it as Ram. So in our case, this particular moment, the power because of which we are now hearing, we are now seeing, that power covering up everything. Is it not the true fact? At every moment of our life, is it not that power? Is it not because of that power that everything happens? Yes, everybody will say yes. But now we are praying to that power. The power has given us a freedom to pray. You did not ask for it. So I allowed you to function as an individual. If you feel the time has come that you should move towards me, I will take over. So these questions also it comes out. So let us not think again Ram is different, everything is different. This power, the very power because of which now the activity is now going on, easy to understand. The seeing, hearing, every little moment, even the hand, movement of the hand, even the modulation of the sound, everything is because of the presence of that power. What is that power? Can we answer? No. But it is there. Yes, that is incontestable. So, we repeat, first chapter is also gives us the whole clue about beginning of a sadhana and end of the sadhana. We start with crying, crying to know his presence. We cannot say we end with it because we have not reached. But in his case, that prayer was sufficient for him to bring all these in chronological order, one by one, one by one, one by one. You see that, And the shortest possible time, he knew that the power was responsible for everything. So the trusting, when he demanded the great void, trust me. Belief and trust, that simile you will all remember, A person walking on the rope with his son, Everybody gave a good applause. So he moved from one side to another side. And before he crossed to the other side, he asked, "Do you think I will be able to go?" Everybody said yes in one voice. They gave a good applause, standing ovation, this. "You really believe?" "Yes." "Then can you give one of your children on my this thing?" Because he was holding his child on the shoulder. Then everybody backed out. So to make us know what is belief and what is trust. So we have belief in God, but we don't trust Him. So great void demands, "Trust me." The clarity comes there itself. Why we have not been able to progress? Because we unknowingly, we can say, we have not developed how to trust Him. Papa, you should show some way. We are still in the dark. Because I hold on and then say that yes, I believe you. I don't leave my hand and say I believe you. So give me that. This is what you meant by surrender. So surrender should precede everything. When you attend an interview and when you get an appointment order, first day itself you surrender to the boss. You don't know him, and you act according to his instruction. You know very well the company is run by him or the proprietor. You are conscious of the proprietor. You don't act like a proprietor. But you have trust. 30 days you work, on the 31st day you are confident you will get the salary. You trust him. So trusting is not something unknown to us. Trusting is not something which is absolutely foreign to me. So far in the life lived, everyone has trusted somebody or something or some. So trusting is not an unknown factor for us. But have we applied that here? Let us all do some thinking. And then tomorrow we will go to the second chapter. Anyway, Papa though he took us all these, again when we go through this, he gives some more thought, some more clarity, some more light. Now we can reduce our whole prayer to this. Make me to trust you. That's all. I am not asking anything else. Somehow make me to trust you wholeheartedly. Outwardly everybody will say I am a devotee. I myself will tom every day I am a devotee of Papa. Acha, when we read this, we will read out what is the true concept of Papa. So I think that with that, probably we might be able to understand. Beloved Papa's presence is not only confined to the bhajan hall or homa mandir, he is not only all-pervasive in this holy Ananda ashram, but it lives and moves in and through us. That power. But it lives and moves in and through us. We carry his presence when we adhere to truthfulness. We carry his presence when we are kind, considerate, compassionate. We carry his presence when we refuse to swerve even 1 inch from the path of purity. We carry his presence vibrantly, dynamically, forcefully when we live our life in a divine manner, with determination, humble intention, firm resolve, and all sincerity and earnestness. When we are trying to pursue a divine way of living in thought, word and action, we are manifesting beloved Papa. That means slowly, from the outer, let us not localize Papa in the form. Then only this can be understood. Now we have localized him, put him in Ananda Ashram, in Bhajan Hall, in Samadhi Mandir. where he sat, where he did, where he talked, in Pachavadi. Everything is all right initially. Now we have to graduate. And he himself says, Papa Mataji is in everybody's heart, God is in everybody's heart, you are in everybody's heart. So he says, he lives and moves in and through us. So when we are trying to pursue a divine way of living, in thought, word and action, we are manifesting beloved Papa. We are a vibrant center of that which the world knows as beloved Papa Swami Ramdas. We become a lamp through which his light shines. We become the vessel to hold the living waters of his spirituality, his sublime spiritual teachings. Let us not therefore confine beloved Papa Swami Ramdas to the Bhajan Hall, Home Mandir, Anand Ashram. Make ourselves a vehicle of his living presence, so that by our life others also become awake and illumined. They feel his divine presence through our life, and their life is also divinized. We move amongst this world of men as the candle imparting our light to anyone whom God brings us in contact with. How does this prayer come? Because of Mataji's one word, one sentence, immediately after Papa dropping the body. So that none of us get into the feeling that Papa is to be meditated only on this body. Omnipresent Papa's ashram means the whole universe. It is to enable us to learn this, that this ashram was established by beloved Papa. If we remember right, it was in the month of September 1963, Mataji wrote this in Vision. September 1963. So that all devotees get a clear picture how to move from the individual to universal, how to become a worthy disciple of Papa. Omnipresent Papa's ashram means the whole universe. It is to enable us to learn this, that this ashram was established by beloved Papa. So based upon that, once again we will read the real concept of beloved Papa. Beloved Papa's presence is not only confined to the Bhajan Hall, Home Mandir, that is Samadhi Hall, where his body was cremated. He is not only all-pervasive in this holy Anand Ashram, but it lives and moves in and through us. That power. Just now we talked about that power, Ram. He stands for that Ram. We carry his presence when we adhere to truthfulness. We carry his presence when we are kind, considerate and compassionate. We carry his presence when we refuse to serve even 1 inch from the path of purity. We carry his presence vibrantly, dynamically, forcefully when we live our life in a divine manner with determination, humble intention, firm resolve, all sincerity and earnestness. When we are trying to pursue a divine way of living in thought, word and action, we are manifesting beloved Papa. We are a vibrant center of that which the world knows as beloved Papa Swami Ramdas. We become a lamp through which his light shines. We become the vessel to hold the living waters of his spirituality, his sublime spiritual teachings. Let us not therefore confine beloved Papa Swami Ramdas to the Bhajan Hall, to the Home Mandir and Anand Ashram. Make ourselves a vehicle of his living presence. Make ourselves a vehicle of his living presence, so that our life, by our life, others also become awake and illumined. They feel his divine presence through our life, and their life is also divinized. We move amongst this world of men as the candle imparting our light to anyone whom God brings us in contact with. So this is how the power, the Ram power, covering up everything. Papa concludes that first chapter. Ram is covering up and absorbing everything. So the same power in Papa. That is why he says God and Guru are one. Everything will become clear. So let us all try to assimilate as much as we can. These are all We are all privileged ones, no doubt about it. We have been the chosen ones by Him. Otherwise, how can He give such sublime thoughts to us? And an ambience to hear, readiness to hear, with a receptive mind, with a reflective mind. So we feel assured, yes, He is holding our hand and taking us from stage to stage. On our part, we go along with Him. Hari Om. Om Shri Ram, Jai Ram, Jai Jai Ram Om. Shri Ram, Jai Ram, Jai Jai Ram Om.
Sri Ram Jaya Ram Jaya Jaya Ram Om 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 Sri Ram Jaya Ram Jaya Jaya Ram Om.
Give a different picture to every events and individuals. Otherwise, we will take it as a test. In order to know that we are becoming fit enough to move towards Him, we have now learned that He is subjecting us to go through severe tests. In fact, the whole of Inquest of God is nothing but tests only. When we know that it is His test, then we know that He is behind this. Until we know that, we take everything on our head. So the first lesson He teaches is, somehow try. It may be difficult. Somehow try. At least to know that it is our own. The problems are not problems. We make it as a problem when we view it from our individual standpoint. We view it as a test when we view it from the God angle. Initially it may be academic, intellectual. So this is how we start preparing ourselves. At the time of every challenge, probably we may not be able to remember this. Because the mind is fully preoccupied with the challenges, the stress produced by the challenges. But at the shortest possible time, during the past moment, suppose we keep on hammering that every time God is making us to pass through periodical test. So that aspect. And among the views expressed, certainly He has taken us here only for taking us to the goal. This we have to keep on hammering. It's a beautiful reflection. He is facilitating everything to us now. He gave us a human birth. He made us to get in touch with Mahatmas. He made us to start something, we call it as sadhana. Ultimately now we know that He is taking us to the goal. All these are preparing ourselves. Another view is summative is the final exam, the cumulative effect of everything, all put together. Final exam, quarterly, half yearly will be there, but the last one will not only touch 1 month's portion or 6 months' portion or 3 months' portion, it will cover the entire portion. So one should have a comprehensive idea about the whole subject. Otherwise he will not be able to sit for the exam. So the final exam, when He puts us, by that time, we must have all these things in a comprehensive way, not in a partial way, not in a... Yeah, that's a good point. Mamekam sharanam praja. Ultimately, it zeroes to that. May please help us to know how to make self-evaluation or validation to check our progress on spirituality. We feel it can vary from person to person. The capacity to forbear everything, taking it as a test by God. Whether we are in a position to accept everything, whether we are free from the me and mine. Whether we are in a position to sacrifice our elected interest for the sake of others. All these things are some of the things which come to us as the points for evaluation. Contentment. Even if someone does something, someone says something, which at the moment, it looks apparently not palatable to us, still do. Just like the two boys when they commented how Papa took it. Are we becoming positive in our approaches? So in quest of God teaches through incidents how the evaluation is to take place. When the ticket inspector asks them to get down, when he takes away everything and then finally when he returns, the act of policeman we found it's a good question, self-evaluation, validation. Nobody knows excepting us, because we may apparently keep quiet, but what is going on inside only we know. Another point, just as we get the radiation when we go near a hot iron, we are feeling the presence of Ram when we start reading In Quest of God. The power. If we are getting more and more clarity on the word Ram, then it's wonderful. That mysterious power which makes us to at the moment say, think, do, hear. So when we close our eyes and repeat Ram Nam, suppose we need that power. So by the time we complete, we should have more and more clarity on the word Ram. We know intellectually now the meaning given by Papa. We have exhaustively we have dwelt upon that word Ram, Ram, Ram. But experientially to know, but we have to try ourselves. Yes, and this is very touching. This is the last bus. I must catch somehow. Please push me so that I can enter into this bus. Papa will take care of the rest. This pining should be there, sense of urgency should be there. So reading or satsang should enable us to keep up this, kindling, to keep it aflame. Otherwise, after reading again, it gets punctured as if we are full of the thoughts. After that 1 hour, it gets punctured. Slowly. So this is called Ananda. Ananda plus Ananda plus Ananda. Ram, Ram, Ram. Anyhow, reflection is going on very good. If we submit ourselves completely, do we still pray? Devotee from Bangalore. Today,
Yes, Swami, that Krishna uncle.
if we submit ourselves completely, do we still pray? When we submit ourselves totally, then I am not there, So the submission is not it is not as we think, Submission or surrender is something, handing ourselves over. Though we remain as an individual, we completely hand ourselves over. What is that bhajan?
मैं हरी हरी
Maybe share with the people.
You come to me, I will सब लेता हूँ.
हाँ मेरे शरण में तू आ जा रे.
हाँ मेरे चरण में तो you come to my
तेरा भार भी सब
लेता हूँ.
सबका भार ना.
करुणा का
तू सब कुछ अर्पण कर दे, जो होता है सो होने दे.
मेरे शरण में तू आ जा रे.
मैं
तेरा भार में सब
तेरा
लेता
भार
हूँ.
में सब लेता हूँ.
करुणा का
हाँ. So that nice to hear. So I have to give, I have to submit. That is called submission. The moment we do that, then he will take over. Then there is no need for any prayer. If submission has taken place in letter and spirit, there is no need for prayer. So we feel, the mind says we are submitting, but submission has not taken place. That will be tested the moment, next moment something happens. How do we react? Are we in a position to coolly, calmly accept it, or immediately react? We become upset. Our face will immediately show the excitement, the restlessness, the frustration, everything. Okay, then we are moving to the second chapter. Second chapter is also very important. The first lesson here from the second chapter is, somebody asked about evaluation. No? in ashram, for example, we cannot test much. Because here everything is provided, we are loved by, we are taken care of, everybody knows each other. Immediately everybody will rush up. We will not bring God factor at that time. But suppose when we are taken in and put in, say, Kanyangar bus station, or Kanyangar, somebody might know, okay, Mangalore railway station or bus station, where you are nobody, zero. You are one among the many. Suppose you are put in the Mahims, beauty center, one among the many. Somebody may, suppose you want to get into the bus or train, you will have to push through. Every moment there will be a challenge at the individual level. At that time, whether I am seeing God, whether I am taking it as a... So this, everyone may start thinking. Suppose we are in a place where we are nobody. If we are somebody, somebody will take care. Automatic. That's why Papa used to bluntly say, don't stay in a place like ashram for a longer period. Because there you never get an opportunity to test yourself. Where you are unknown. So Papa in the initiate as a sadhaka, God gave him this. Whatever said and done, in Mangalore you are there, you are an own person. You have been trying to lead an honest life. You are leading a simple life. People will come to know, that's why somebody came in the form of that lawyer. And knowing that it was a sinking ship, his unit, still he came forward to help from the Vyavaharik angle because of the influence, because of the affection he has for Papa, concern for Papa. Even when Papa told him that you will lose everything. On those days especially, not now. Now money flow is there. But those days, money flow was very scarce. India was the poorest country. So to come forward at such a time in an establishment where it has mounting liabilities, and it will take a long time to get back the capital first. So when Papa explained everything in detail, frankly to him, still, he said, that aspect you forget about it. You take care of the field section. Administration, finance, I will take over. Somebody was there. So all these things are there in a known place. So God wanted that all the things that He has given in the first chapter, all those things have been given. If it has to get stabilized, he should not have the feeling that he is under the care of anybody known to him. Because then God will not be there, only that person will be there. He is a friend, he is a relation, he is a well-wisher. Like that, God will not come. So the first line is, to test the reliance on God, one should throw oneself out. That is called the real journey from individual to universal. Individual we have got clear idea. Universal we don't have. So from the known to the unknown, it's absolutely an unknown factor. Next moment we don't know where we will get the meal, whether we will be treated lovingly or harshly, whether we will get the right guidance, where to go, this side or that side. So zero anxiety should be there. How do we know that? So that is the first lesson, first point he teaches us. To test the reliance on God, one should throw oneself out. number one. Two, here God wanted Papa to do that, okay? So that he will get all the necessary strength and courage. He will not lose himself in any so-called negative circumstances. Every negative circumstances will be termed as positive. He will have the endurance capacity to forgo meals, to forgo all the physical comforts, even the very shelter. He will always be conscious of the guidance of God from within, because he doesn't know anybody else. Second point. And third and most important is the assurance, because he was not, in his mind, he was absolutely 100% clear that the guidance is coming from God. It may be through so many forms, but ultimately the source of guidance is coming from God, which is a very important thing for all of us. We may hear all these things, but still we may attribute it to, say, in our case we may say, Papa said, no? Somebody said, somebody said, somebody said. Still we are not feeling that the power behind this. Power chose to put it through Papa's words, Papa's books. God does, Papa himself used to teach us, God does not need an intermediary. If you think God can talk through Ramdas, he can talk through you as well. Because you cannot accuse him of partiality. Switch on your wire for direct communication. Why do you deny him in your heart, For suppose every little thing, however tiny or subtle it may be, still are we feeling his presence? In his case, he was feeling. So the point Papa teaches us is every guidance, everything that comes up, wells up in your mind, it comes from him, . So he has put it in a different way. Ram knew Ramdas wanted, from the narrow pond of worldly life, individual life, Ram had lifted up his slave to throw him into the extensive ocean of universal life. From the individual life to the universal life. But to swim in the wide ocean, not the limited known circle, Ram knew Ramdas wanted strength and courage, for gaining which Ram intended to make his ignorant and untrained slave to pass through a course of severe discipline. What is that severe discipline? Not bothering about anything else. That is the discipline. Where will I sit? Where will I rest? Where will I? Be free from mosquitoes? Whether we will have coil? Many things we may be able to, but the mosquito attack we may not be able to do.
I am very much sensitive to mosquito. Everything else I am hard with mosquito. So even one mosquito means.
Similarly, that's only in a lighter vein. Similarly, there may be, we may be able to compromise on many big ones, but one single small thing, it may be trouble. It will be difficult. No question of then God thought. I get the sound here, I get the sound here, I get a pitch here, there. So similarly, you see, he says, Ram intended to make his untrained slave to pass through a course of severe discipline, and this under his direct guidance and support. He has nobody to write and seek. But suppose I get up, I stuck up, with no money, what will I do? I will write to somebody and get them. Suppose I don't have warm clothing. Direct. That means total reliance. To us it is a tall order. But if you are a student of Papa's philosophy, we have to learn this. We have to throw ourselves out in a place where we are not known. Number one. Number two, we try to develop accept all situations cheerfully. That is the severe discipline. And in times of crisis, we cry for his help only. So one night, Ram made him to think. That is how he puts it always. So along with Ram Nam chanting, while engaged in, this is the word, while engaged in drinking the sweetness of his name, this is another point for us. So it should simultaneously go. Nama chanting and our prayer and our meditation and our communion with God should go on simultaneously. It will not be a disturbance because Ram Nam stands for the power. Ram Nam stands for the power that makes us to repeat. To that power also, the same mind which is given a freedom to pray, prays. And the prayer is something we have to learn by heart. O Ram, when thy slave finds thee at once so powerful and so loving, and that he who trusts thee can be sure of true peace and happiness. Again the word trust comes in. Why should he not throw himself entirely on thy mercy, which can be possible only by giving up everything he called mine? So in our case, we cannot just repeat what had happened on 27th December 1922, but something else we can try. That is the clue. Everybody will not be able to take that extreme step of taking a leap from the present to the unknown, but one opportunity in a miniature way, we can try this. What is that? Removing ourselves from the me and mine. Then it is equivalent to throwing ourselves completely at his mercy and relying on his guidance. It's a wonderful clue he has given. Everybody need not imitate, follow what he did outwardly. But what is most important is whether the me and mine, whether there is a constant effort on our part to first reduce its, influence. And then finally are we in a position to erase its importance. And then finally get ourselves totally free from it. Me and mine. The sole protector of the world, men are deluded when they declare, I do this, I do that, this is mine, that is mine. All, O Ram, is thine. All things are done by thee alone. thine. I did not bring anything. You had provided everything here through Mother Nature and society. Anything that I wear, anything that I use, anything that helps me to exist is only because of the factors other than me, that is you. I don't need any university education for this. Now here if I need the air at least now. I need the air to breathe. I need the earth to exist. I need the life force. I need that enlivening factor which makes my sense organs, mind, intellect to work. I am not doing it. I know it very well, but I don't know. I arrogate. Knowing this, I arrogate. I do this, I do that. This is mine, that is mine. All is thine. All things are done by thee alone. Thy slave's one prayer to thee is to take him under thy complete guidance and remove his I-ness. Nowadays, this is becoming very, very clear to us. The message of Papa through In Quest of God is this. Suppose we forget everything, this one line is enough. And this is, all the narratives, all the episodes, all the actions and reactions of Papa are all the testimony for this. First is to rely on God completely and remove the I-ness. Suppose we forget everything, I am doing Ramnam only for this. I am doing bhajan only for this. I am hearing satsang only for this. I visit holy places only for this. I work in the family only for this. I work in my professional field only for this. I am discharging my obligation to the society as an individual only for this. Only for what? To rely on the complete guidance of God's complete guidance and to remove the I-ness in me. You don't have to go through any other this thing. See the uniqueness. Everything when we read, we think that is the cream. So take any cream, enough. That means the theme is given in so many ways in every page. With a different name, different this thing, that's all. But ultimately it zeroes to this. Relying on his complete guidance and removal of the me and mine. When we pray, the prayer should be for that. That is why Papa's used the second, I come in all humility to thy holy feet and surrender myself entirely to thee. Deign to bless me above with thy remembrance. O merciful divine Master, give me strength. So like that it goes on, And finally he says, make me thine and thine only, forever and ever. Make me thine and thine only forever and ever. So that I am under your wing and I am not there. As an individual, no. In terms of a separate entity, no. But as your child, as your nimitta, I am there. That this particular word, beautiful. Thy slave's one prayer to thee is to take him under thy complete guidance and remove his I-ness. How many times we may read, still the I-ness may continue, because the I-ness will immediately say, yes, I have read 20 times, immediately it will say that. So, we have to pray. We have to pray from the bottom of the heart. Every day we evaluate how many times we identified with the I here, small I. How many times did I identify with the big I, God here? And then we try to reduce gradually. So when first chapter he said, the prayer was heard. Here also he repeats the same word, that this prayer was heard. How do we know that he has heard our prayer? In the first chapter, it came in the form of an intuitive guidance. Trust me,
and thou shalt be saved.
Despair not. Trust me, thou shalt be free. This is how, that intuitive assurance. Assurance came in an intuitive way. Here, somehow graduation has taken place. An inexplicable feeling of God hearing this. God has heard this prayer. It's well done. Zero me and mine, That stage gives us the experience that the prayer has been heard. And a hazy desire to renounce all and wander over the earth in the garb of a mendicant in quest of Ram wafted over his mind. Because he knew that if I should get stabilized, concretized, that I am fully relying on his reliance, not on any of my puny intellect's reliance. And when I know that I am entering into this to completely remove the dominance of me and mine, yes, it is possible. This is how he heard, Yes, this is possible. When he had that positive assurance from within, then he thought, he must take the leap. Here, a wonderful clue is given to us. Either to make us know or to satisfy himself that it was not the jugglery of the mind intellect. He wanted the authentication, okaying, stamping from Mahatmas. But just like we refer to the dictionaries, to know the real meaning. Whether what we have understood is right or not, we can contextually it should be like this, we may have some hazy idea. But then we take the dictionary and go through it intensely, do some manana, then this word stands for that. Similarly, he had the hazy desire. This is how I can do that. I should go out as a mendicant, where I am not known. Whether it was an impulsive thought, whether my mind is deceiving me, how do I know? Immediately, he says, Ram prompted him to open at random the book Light of Asia. So 3 books, which he was carrying always. The Light of Asia, the New Testament, and the Bhagavad Gita, where he could find everyone stamping this, everyone okaying this, giving clearance for this, abandoning all duties, come to me alone for shelter, sarvadharman parityaja, mam ekam sharanam praja. Aham tva sarvapavebhyo mokshayishyami ma shuchaha. I will liberate thee from all sins. Sorrow not. If you come to me. So like that, the 3 Mahatmas spoke to him, confirmed that it is not the signal given to him by the mind, but it is a signal given to him by Lord himself. So this is another lesson for us. Later on, when we go through gospel, God experience, so many we find, even after scaling the heights, Papa had included in his routine a reading of many scriptures. We have seen Narada Bhakti Sutra, Yoga Vasishta, Gospel of Swami Ramakrishna. So many. Why? To make us know that we may all come across with many challenges in our life when we are sincerely pursuing to take to the spiritual path. So we need constant guidance, periodical guidance. So at that time you go to any Mahatma's life and teachings. Mysteriously it will come. The other day we shared with you, one book written in Malayalam by Tirthapada Swami, 1 week with Tapovanji Maharaj. A book mysteriously comes to our hand. It has been lying in this Anandashram compound for the past 15-20 years in a, box. We still don't know who the owner is. So one day when it was decided that we should clear up, they called us to be a witness, what all it is there. So nothing valuable was there excepting some books, some clothes, some personal requisites. So all those books you said you would send it to our room, and that this tiny small room book was there. As soon as we saw Tapovanji's, immediately we took, and then we couldn't keep it there. In one go we were motivated to go through that. All sublime, very subtle, very subjective, because when he went there, he remained in Uttarkashi once and for all. That's all. He never goes out for anything personal. Even for personal, he won't go out. The other day we shared, some inspector came and checked up whether everybody is coming and taking their bhiksha here. So somebody said one sadhu is not coming here. So he said, don't send him. Then immediately thought, we should meet him. The moment he came to Tapavankudi and met this great saint in a small kutia, very small kutia, an open veranda and one room, that's all. The moment he saw, we are all privileged, he immediately rushed back to them. Send the food to him. From that day onwards, food was sent to him. Such is that Mahatma. When he says this reliance on God, absolutely, not because of arrogance, because God will take care if he is needed. Even when the body was not, he explains about this, this disease. This is a product of Annamaya Kosha. There are certain disciplines to be followed. When God makes us to violate, he sees that we get violated, we get disease. So he was accepting it. He did not go and seek remedies. Even Chinmayanji Maharaj, by the time he has become very famous, and he can do anything. All devotees will be able to charter any particular vehicle for him to take him to Delhi. So he finally had great, very great reverence, and he will not even talk to him on his face. So he slowly made him aware, can we not go to Delhi for a checkup? So immediately he lifted his head. Are people in Delhi not dying? That much submission. Why we are remembering, all these things, God sees to it that we need it, okay, we will get. Mysterious means mysterious, not a planned one. Our puny intellect is not planning and getting it. He provides. So the authentication, that is necessary, that is another lesson. Then as soon as he did not just go out. Technically he had a family, but Chandrasekhar Rao beautifully puts it, God also conspired for making him to take this move. 2 days they were away, Rukmabai and her child. At that particular moment, he said, this is the right time. Because in front of them to go away, it would be a little difficult. The sense, so many things. So he wrote a letter neatly. And for their sustenance, he had to make some arrangement. So he wrote a letter to that friend also. And then posted. And the letter written to his wife is also very, very inspiring. So whatever is to be done at the Vyavaharik level, he has done it correctly. He did not simply disappear. He knew what for he. There is no forwarding address because he himself does not know the forwarding address. Because we have seen in many cases, they just simply disappear and lot of chaos and commotion, whether what had happened to them, when nothing is informed. And it is not an impulsive act. They know that he is getting detached. They know that his preferences are something else. They know the priorities have been shifted in his life. Over 2 years, God has been taking him away from them. So they all know something is brewing, something is brewing, something is brewing. Because God did not give them the same level of understanding, they thought something has gone wrong. Spirituality means, something not to be done now. When you are a family man, no spirituality. Only when there is no family, you can think about spirituality. All those thoughts were there, even now it is there. We used to say every mother, every parent or every mother would like to go and worship a saint. But when her sons or daughters express their desire, they will not be encouraged. So we used to say bluntly, it is something like the actors, in good old days. Nowadays everybody accepts. In good old days, somebody is acting in the field means everybody feels his moral life may not be very clean. But at the same time, we all go and enjoy the film. We want somebody to go from some family, act and we enjoy. But we will not send anybody from our, knowingly we will not send anybody from our family to act. Similarly, we will go and revere before every saint, take his Padatirtha, all those things we will do. But from our house, we will not encourage anybody to go for sannyas, to take that. We had shared this, we had a direct experience when we went to Palghat with Swami Chakranji Maharaj. So there was a Bhagavan Ramakrishna devotee there, very sincere devotee. In her house there was a big satsang, so both of us were asked to go. There was a bhajan and some sharing of thoughts by both of us. So after that, prasad was given and this host came and requested, Swami, if possible every month we should have programs like this. Chakranji was very blunt. He said, yes, we are all 80 plus and we have to travel from Trichyur to Palghat, and you want us to be here for every month. Why did you, if you are so much committed to Bhagavan's philosophy, why did you not encourage your son to take it up? You want your son to behave like an ordinary son, and you want old people like us to come here and serve. She kept quiet. And then suddenly he smiled and said, I know you would not mean that, but you should know, no. We are all getting old, we cannot move out like every time. So you people should encourage youngsters to get into this, to pass on this baton. Then only the samskar will continue. Anyway, all those thoughts came now because nobody will be willingly. Rukmabai also must be, because she hails from the family, she must have higher reverence for all saints. And through that, something about spirituality. But when my husband takes it, no, it may be difficult. So that is why he chose a particular day, or as Chandrasekhar Rao said, God conspired to see that these two people are away for 2 days. And it is the most appropriate time for him to quit.
To sleep.
The body and the word is very touching. The resolution was made. At 5 o'clock in the morning, he bade farewell to a world for which he had lost attraction, all attraction, and in which he could find nothing to call his own. These 2 words, Renunciation will become complete only if we understand these 2 words. First one, a world for which he had lost all attraction. And second, in which he could not find anything to call as his own. The body, the mind, the soul, all were laid at the feet of Ram, the eternal being, full of love, full of mercy. So yesterday and today we were going through the recap, the introductory portion, introducing Ram to the readers by Papa, where we could see that he was offering us a course of spiritual studies. And what are needed for a course of study? Everything, some hints are there. We have to elaborate it. Like syllabus, curriculum, syllabus, exams, hurdles, degree, convocation, everything. And in the first chapter, it contains everything, from the start to the finish. I think in good old days there were, before a picture comes, there will be a trailer. Trailer. So that the viewers will get, will be tempted, to.
The good portion will be shown. The good portion.
Good portion.
Attractive portion.
So here he gives the trailer here, so that we will be motivated to go and travel with him. Entire thing, We can say with boldness, yes, if first chapter is undergone, then we get the complete picture of the school of philosophy of Papa and the methodology he used to scale the heights. Everything about Papa, the first chapter. Read and reread and reread and reread, From the individual to the last. He first says, he cried. For Ramdas struggled on in a world of chaos, anxieties, pains, ordinary individual. And last one, 1.5 pages only. All thought, all mind, all heart, all soul was concentrated on Ram. Ram covering up, absorbing everything. See? From the individual, from that level to this level, methodology is given. What is to be acquired has been given. What he acquired, everything. I don't know now, previously, dictionaries will be like this, very difficult to handle. But there will be a pocket dictionary. You can put it in pocket, whatever that is essential you need, all those words will be there. Really it's a pocket dictionary, you can put it in your pocket. Similarly, all other Papa's philosophies, it will be difficult for us to carry, but this one chapter is a pocket dictionary. The first chapter of In Quest of God. It contains from the start to finish. And the second chapter, we found same thing. The second chapter deals with the methodology. Again, in a capsule form, if you have to keep it in your pocket. Why should I take to spiritual life? What is the purpose? What is it that I am expected of? Completely, to feel the complete guidance. What is that word? Under thy complete. Thy slave's prayer to thee is to take him under thy complete guidance and remove his I-ness. Not seeking anything from anybody else, but seeking guidance from him through so many forms, okay. But seeking guidance from him, you are always aware that you are seeking guidance from him. From the tiniest to the grossest. And bluntly, to remove the me and mine. So this pocket dictionary contains these three, Ram, O hail, Ram, the goal of human perfection. The truth, the love, the goal of human perfection. All hail, all hail. That is the title of the first one. Then the struggle and initiation, and then renunciation. So we pray to him now. We may forget everything, but these three chapters, all hail, O Ram, you are the truth, the love, the goal of human perfection, number one. Struggle and initiation, then renunciation. It gives us, it is not merely for the so-called renunciate's life. It is for every one of us. Because he will later on clarify that even before we took up all these things, God is within us. So God is okay with us. We are not okay with everything outside, that's all. So all my insufficiencies, deficiencies, everything, so He is accommodating. He has not left me, though I was unaware of Him, though I was not recognizing Him or acknowledging Him, or I was not paying my dues to Him. So He doesn't. He is perfectly comfortable with me. I was not comfortable with the world. I was not comfortable with myself. But He is comfortable with me. If I keep on bringing this, not only that we become humble, we are always aware that He is guiding us. Because even when we did not recognize Him as a power sitting within, He has been. He has been the power. He is now the power. Simple thing. So this is not meant for a renunciate's life. We will gradually realize that He is now and here, He is here. My job is only to become aware of this. What all I should do to become aware, He will guide me. Because He knows my so-called insufficiencies and deficiencies. So He will give us only that will be suitable for me. I don't have to follow what others have done. But I learned from what others have done. That they were successful because they were able to understand this. They were able to align themselves with Him who is inside. So we are also now trying to align ourselves with Him. This should be very clear. Aligning ourselves with Him. Not in the way in which Papa did or many Mahatma did. But Papa made us to know that he was able to align himself. That is the message. That is why he often says, O Ram, when thy slave finds thee at once so powerful and so loving. Loving means what? In spite of my all these things, you still continue to help me, love me by your presence. That is called the loving, I have not recognized you, I have not handed over anything to you. With your power I am doing it, but I am not recognizing your power, I am arrogating, I am doing it, everything. Still you don't. That is the limit of your love. And those who trust thee can be sure of peace and happiness. In the first chapter, when he trusts, despair not, trust me, thou shalt be free. When he gave that trust, it gave him a soothing feeling. From that moment onwards, he was there, but that particular message he got that, and that was instrumental in aligning himself with the indwelling reality. This is the subtlest message we can say from these three, aligning ourselves with Him. Then we are free. So let us all pray intensely. Make it a reality in our life at the earliest. We cannot wait anymore. As somebody has said, we cannot miss this bus. Time is running out. Everything is running out. So that is how the chapter of renunciation ends. Tomorrow we will see adoption of sannyas. Hari Om. Om Sri Ram. Jai Ram. Jai Jai Ram. Om Sri Ram. Jai Ram. Jai Jai Ram. Om. Instead of going to a hotel or the vegetarian refreshment room and paying money and getting, he says, the first, how God made him to do that. Something, something for all of us to think about it. We can take it that was the first touch, where he was able to experience a non-commercial approach. Non-commercial approach means godliness. Commercial approach means, we give something, they give something. The God dimension does not take place there. We are capable of giving, they are meant to give us. But here it is not like that. It's a non-commercial approach, absolutely. The same money you could have given to some hotel and bought it. He did not do that. So God wanted him to first touch the love, That is how he introduced. And then next one, he did not know where to go, what to do. So once one sadhu comes and says, ask him where to go, he did not know. Then he said, the next train is coming, going to Trichy, where he was going, he will take him. And reached Trichy there, taking rest on the night on the veranda of a house by the roadside. First experience, mind you. A person who had a house of his own, So even before the official initiation, two things had happened here. One is that, you get food, bhiksha. You would have paid some money. Because he asked for food, requested her to give some food. So the bhiksha. And here, there, anywhere, he was not asking anybody any details. Ram wanted him to efface himself by making him to ask for bhiksha. First time, just imagine. He goes and asks for food. And then he is free like a child. Then somebody comes and asks, where are you going? Then he says it is going to the Trichy. Then he said, yes, that is the place of God. God wanted him to do. And here money was given for the tickets. Because he had the money. Later on, when he was traveling without ticket, he was not having money. So when you have money, naturally you buy a ticket. And the subtle message. You have money in your pocket, so you buy the ticket. Not only for him, but also for the sadhu. How Ram is preparing, minutest. Preparing himself with all the moral, ethical values. You become a ticketless traveler only when you have money and you don't buy the ticket. When you don't have money and you don't bother about the consequence, then you buy and you are not a ticketless traveler. Others may name it as ticketless traveler, but you are very clear. You don't have money, that's why you did not buy. You don't question why you are asked to get down, because that is the rule of the company. But when you have money, you buy the ticket. And here he specifically says how the Ram kept him remembering God. It was by chanting him. The divine mantram of Sri Ram was on his lips. All the time, all the way from Mangalore, the divine mantram, he could never forget it. So the chanting has also now become a part of him. Chanting to remember. Alighting from the train, he proceeded to the city. All the time, all the way from Mangalore, the divine mantram of Sri Ram was on his lips. He could never forget it. The utterance of Ram's name alone sustained and cheered him. Here itself, he is introducing the power of the name, because a person who is asking for the first time alms, I want food. A person who does not seek any guidance from anybody as to what he should do next. A person who had a shelter, now he is lying down on an open veranda. All these things he was because he was constantly remembering him through chanting. Taking rest for the night on the veranda of a house by the roadside, next morning he started on foot to Srirangam. About 7 miles from Trichy. 7 miles means 10 kilometers. 10 kilometers. Just imagine. So he reached there at about 8 o'clock morning. So he must have started early, 5 o'clock or something. In 3 hours he must have completed this. Then here Ramdas first let him into the secret of Ram's purpose in drawing him out from the sphere of his former life and surroundings. And the purpose was to take him on a pilgrimage to sacred shrines and holy rivers. At Srirangam, the beautiful river Kaveri was flowing in all her purity and majesty. Going up to the river, he bathed in its clean waters. Here on the banks of the Kaveri, he assumed by Ram's command the robe of a sannyasi. It was a momentous step by taking which Ram gave him an entirely new birth. The white clothes previously worn by him were offered up to the Kaveri, who carried them away in her rushing waters. The girva or orange-colored clothes were put on, and the following prayer went up to the feet of Almighty Ram. Here normally we used to say, Papa does not follow any tradition. He did not follow certain forms of tradition, but he did follow the sannyas tradition. Probably the rituals connected with it, all those things he would not have done. But sannyas is also a tradition, a symbol of cutting himself. So that means he is giving us, don't condemn any person. You can remove certain rituals from it. Some tradition, in some form. That is why there are no major here, but still there is a flower offering. Still there is an arati. Still there is a tirth. These are all some forms and traditions only. So tradition means we don't have to. Tradition has got its own value. Tradition points out, guides out, reminds us of so many noble things. It's a wonderful lesson for us. May not be following in the order in which everybody is following, but still there is. So day before yesterday we were discussing about this, structureless spirituality. Normally we say it is a structureless path, pathless path. But later on we were made to think on these lines. Initially you put on such, you are unstructured. When you come from the womb of your mother, when you see the world outside, there are no structure. You see so many things are going on, so many people are doing it in so many ways. Nobody comes and says that this is the way, that is the way. So it starts from unstructured, our spiritual journey. Initially, to start with, we put ourselves on a structure, and later on we outgrow the structure. Think about it. Because if there is no structure, we will never get started. But it should not bind. That's what Papa gives us the message. Because later on the same clothes he was able to divest himself of. With the reason behind it. It is not simply one day he thought it not necessary, no. Then he knew it was a hindrance. So starting from unstructured and then going through a structured and then transcending the very structured. This is a wonderful clue he has given to us. Unfortunately, we got stuck with the middle, that's all. So every time we will be able to go beyond the structure only if we know why we are doing it. Then we will not retain anything. Then the so-called structure becomes a binding. It prohibits, it limits, it arrests the expansion. So everything has got a relevance up to some time. So this is what he teaches us because normally initiation, we were told, is given on the banks of a holy river, and where the guru will be there to oversee. Just the previous day when Homa was done, we will have a clean shave, excepting a small tuft, and that tuft also will be removed. And then he goes and offers his white clothes. He comes back without anything. Then the Guru gives him the ochre clothes, then gives him the mantra, and then he goes for a parivrajaka yatra for 1 year. Now, this is what one form of sannyas. The Guru will say, don't carry any money, just go. Here we find no Guru is there to tell him, no ritual was performed, but at the same time, he did not do it from, as soon as he started from Mangalore, he did not do it. He did not do it in the train. He did not do it in Erode. He did not do it in Trichy. Only when he came to Srirangam, he did it. That too on the banks of Kaveri. Where through mantras, the purpose is made known to us. Here Ram gave him the mantra. What is that? O Ram, O love infinite, protector of all the worlds, it is by thy wish alone that thy humble slave has been induced to adopt sannyas. In thy name alone, O Ram, he has given us samsara and cut asunder all bonds, all ties. It is something like, when the modern man, when he is elected as a minister or an MLA, he takes the oath of secrecy and oath of office. Because only after that, he assumes that power. He would have been elected, but only when the president or the governor administers the oath of office and secrecy, he becomes the minister or whatever. Even a judge.
One more point, Swamiji. Here, one more point. Usually, sannyasis, after taking sannyas, they go to temple. Srirangam is very famous for Sriranganatha temple. He has not gone to the temple. Very famous temple. So many temples are there in Srirangam. He did not go to any temple. Very important point.
Yeah. So the most important point is some portion of some aspect of the tradition is being adhered to, and many were removed. So this assertion, that he has taken sannyas, it is not simply an act. This assertion, oath of office and secrecy, he says, in thy name alone, thy humble slave has been induced to adopt sannyas. He himself declares. It is not a change of cloth. He himself declares. In thy name alone, O Ram, he has given up samsara and cut asunder all bonds. O Ram, bless thy poor devotee with thy grace. May Ramdas be endued with strength, courage and faith to carry out in thy name, Ram, the following vows and bear all trials and all kinds of privations that may beset the path of a sannyasi in his passage through the rough and perilous life of a mendicant. So this assertion and willfully subjecting oneself to this perilous, rough and perilous life of a mendicant. But in his case, he knew Ram was there. Because Ram made him to do that. He did not assume sannyas. Ram made him to do that. For real, the saga begins. And then why vows, To remind him of the goal. Whenever there is a likelihood of slipping into the individual level, though he was constantly remembering Ram and asserting Ram was guiding him, Ram was leading him, Ram was protecting him, still some vows are necessary, because whenever there is an occasion for him to come down at the individual level, which is natural because we have got a body, an embodied self will always come down to the level of the body level. Though not often, definitely sometime during the day. In our case, it is every time it is there. In their case, probably it is minimum. So even during that time, always to be reminded at the individual level. If we carefully follow, these three refers to the individual level. First, the aim of life. Again he is asserting. When Ram is guiding, why should this come? No. So when I come down to the individual level, I should be reminded. What is that? This life be henceforth entirely consecrated to meditation and service of Sri Ram. I must be always dwelling on Him. And I must be able to serve Him through His different forms. So meditation is an inward process, service is an outward process. Internally and outwardly, the individual should be reminded of the purpose. Purpose is to be in constant remembrance of Ram. By meditating on Ram, by doing service in the name of Ram, we try to maintain this HCR, his constant remembrance. Then again, when he comes down to the individual level, strict celibacy be observed, looking upon all women as mothers. Because from the level of life force, there is no gender difference. But when I come down to the individual level, body level, there is the feminine and masculine gender is there. So in order that we don't go back to the old ways of thinking, this pratha protects us. And the third one, the body be maintained and fed upon the food procured by bhiksha or on what was offered as alms. The body be maintained, not only food, clothing, shelter, anything on alms. That means he does not earn anything, he does not hoard anything, he does not keep anything. Every time whenever there is a need, just like in a bank we go and draw the cash whenever it is necessary, it is always there. But whenever there is a need, we go and do that. Similarly, the Lord is there. So whenever it is needed, he goes there and asks him. And it is provided to him through as food or through as any other thing. So vows are there. There also it is there in the traditional form. So he is following some tradition of his own. It is not, we cannot call it as tradition, but some form of tradition. So tradition need not be, we can improve. We have got the right to improve provided our reliance on God is complete. Otherwise there won't be any discipline. Non-traditional, we can say, in the sense non-traditional in its approach, but there is a tradition there.
He was having some principles.
Some principles.
That means sannyas is not either taken or given, that's one. Another is, he was maintaining throughout internal sannyas, living everything internally. Externally he was always not appreciating Papa Mother. Internal renunciation, internal, how he was maintaining throughout.
Now it is becoming clear, internal renunciation is possible only when we observe something, it may not be apparently outside, that's all. We observe certain what do you call, norms, principles. It is a must. Otherwise you will come down to the level of individual.
That is the oaths are taken.
It is definite.
Self-oaths. Self-imposed restrictions. Self-oaths.
That he always maintains. Just like he did, self-imposed. God, self-imposed means not the small self. God prompts him from within. There should be discipline in the life of every individual in order to achieve either moral or spiritual development. In the case of children and young folk in teens, discipline from outside does help a great deal in their adjustment of life to the environment and generally with the world. But even in their case, a pedagogic enforcement of rules and regulations without rightly studying and understanding their nature, instead of becoming a help, suppresses and distorts the natural growth and evolution. He is very clear, no? Pedagogic means in teaching, you should do this, you should do that. Without making them know. That is why later on every ritual became a ritual, superficial ritual. Whether it is Upanayanam, whether it is in a marriage, whether it is anything, Shraddha. What it stands for, that was forgotten. When we were discussing with some of the priests, when they were telling us and we were repeating, especially during yearly once, we all change our sacred thread, it's called Avanivatam. So on that day, everybody was doing it, we were also doing it. So one day we went and asked the Shastri priest, why should I do it? What is the meaning of doing it? He was very happy. At least you came and asked, Then he explained everything to us. What is meant by Sankalpa, what is meant by all these things. And in the Sankalpa, Taravalam, Chandravalam Tadeva, Vidyavalam, Devabalam Tadeva, Lakshmi Padehe, Angriyugam Smarami. He started explaining in brief. In 1 year, you would have unknowingly or knowingly committed so many things. But today you are affirming. You are true to you are trying to become true to your order. That from today onwards I will not do it. And for whatever I have done so far, I am doing the Prayashittam in the form of 1008. Kamavarshi, Maniravarshi, and next day 1008 Gayatri Japa. So for 1 year, I am trying to refresh my life. What a beautiful concept.
Samvatsara Parihartam. You say Samvatsara Parihartam.
Pariharartam. Samvatsara Pariharartam. Prayashittam. And this 1008, we were asked to repeat this. Kamo Karshit, Manyu Karshit. Kamo, desire and anger. Both I have left. And 1008 Gayatri Japa.
Kamo Karshit, Manyu Karshit, Namo Nama. Kamo Karshit, Manyu Karshit, Namo Nama.
So the ritual, that's what Papa here says. But even in their case, a pedagogic enforcement of rules and regulations without rightly studying and understanding their nature, instead of becoming a help, suppresses and distorts the natural growth and evolution. In the case of adults, the outside help consists in awakening the individual to a moral and spiritual life by hints and suggestions, enabling him or her to find out for himself or herself the method and conduct of life by adopting which he or she can attain moral and spiritual perfection. Cut and dry rules applicable for all individuals and dominating insistence of a so-called higher authority on the individual for casting him into a new mold, as it were, for producing a Superman, is not at all the way. You must do this, you should do this, Rationalize. The life of the individual must grow like a bud into a flower and a flower into a fruit. As we provide the necessary conditions and environments for the growth of fruition of the bud into a fruit, so also is it with life. In the life of the adult spiritual aspirant, best discipline for his advancement and ultimate realization is a self-imposed discipline. Here, imitation and abject implicit obedience to the law set by anyone, however highly evolved he may be, will, instead of bringing into being an illumined individual, only produce a human robot without initiative, all its inner powers and beauty unexpressed, unrevealed. The keen aspiration for attaining the highest truth must be there. Contact with the divinely illumined personality must also be there. But the unfoldment of the hidden divine life and truth must take place according to the nature and qualities of his inner and outer life and being. We know that we cannot hasten the ripening of a raw fruit, and if we by any process cause it to ripen artificially and prematurely, taste of the fruit will never be the same as the one which has ripened in the natural course. Saints are therefore called the awakeners, whose grace works on the sadhaka like the sunlight on the lotus bud, which blossoms into a fragrant and beautiful flower. Unless the ego sense disappears, the divine liveliness can never reveal itself in all its glory. Be like a child, and power, charm and sweetness of the divine will radiate through you like the luster of a gem. God should possess you, not in any part of your being, but in every atom, gross and subtle, of your entire physical, mental, vital being. You will become now a very image of a supernatural essence made up of an infinite love, power and joy. You behold all beings, creatures and things in the world as your own reflections. Nay, yourself manifests as all those forms, as though you are looking at yourself in a mirror. This consciousness of divine unity and oneness of all existence is the summum bonum of a real divinized life which has attained the zenith of spiritual perfection. So we find, it came, though it was free from any external prompting, still he had to impose certain discipline on himself. This is then, one has to, not only he, one has to impose certain discipline on oneself. Until the sense of individuality completely merges with that power. And then act as his child or servant. Until that time, these self-imposed rules and regulations are a must. This is a powerful message Papa is giving when the saga begins. No tradition in the middle, then going beyond the tradition. No structured path in the beginning, then structured path in the middle, and then transcending the structure later. Then we come to know that is why in ashram when we come, nobody is given any class here. This is the process. It is unstructured. Then when you come here, you attend Ramnam, you attend to satsang, you attend the Arati, Bhajan program, slowly structuring yourself. And then trying to understand what it stands for, and then go beyond the structure. If this is clear, if we are not progressing, we are holding on to something. Started with unstructured, then structuring, then transcending the structure. When somebody asked Papa when he was on foreign tour, Ramnam, Papa is not chanting Ramnam. Where is he you to chant? No. For all practical purposes, the individual is there, but the individual is not there for him. So when the individual was there, individual had to be constantly reminded of the master. When the master has taken complete control over him, lock, stock and barrel, then there is no need. So he has transcended. And it's a natural process. It is not a given time or something like that. One does it. The transcendence is a natural process. Dropping off all these things becomes a natural process. Because there is no need. The fruit after ripening no longer clings onto the tree, drops away. Or the tree does not hold on to the fruit. Its job is over. So many important points, extra points this time when we go through it in our recap. Wonderful thing is that structuring and non-structuring, traditional and non-traditional, relevance of tradition, relevance of structuring, a need to transcend, need to outgrow. Now we know where we stand, as every sadhaka will apply. Where do we fit in? Which are the areas where we have to improve now? Our chanting time is limited, non-chanting time is more. So unless our chanting becomes so much, saturated with, it should be a powerful decoction, concentrated, so that the impact will remain to a very great extent, though not fully, during the rest of the non-chanting time. That means it comes out in the form of acceptance, comes out in the form of loving all, serving all, come out in the form of self-effacement, less and less of me and mine, more and more of we and us. Then again chanting, because we are chanting the name of one who is in everybody, who is everybody. So immediately after that, we are viewing it from the individual level. So we are evolving a method by which, even right from the individual level, we are trying to expand our love circle, bring as many people as possible in the love circle, and trying to get ourselves free from biased views, prejudiced views, inimical views. It's a point on which you have to do a lot of pondering. With money, when he was traveling, he was buying ticket. when somebody offered, he was also taken the ticket. He had money, he did not go to the hotel to buy, but he was first induced to go and ask for alms. And immediately when the money is there, he wants that to be passed on to her. For the first time, he did not know where to go. Then somebody comes and offers him to take him to Trichy. He follows them. He is not asking anything else. And then he is sleeping on a veranda of the house. Just imagine, we can just read one line. But a person who is putting now actually what is Vairagya, Before the official, cutting off takes place. Just imagine we just go and we lie down on a veranda. So then afterwards walks about 10 kilometers. And then he is there in Srirangam, in Kaveri. There, he observes, he adopts the life of a sannyasi. Later on he gets shaven and then, he wears this. Everything is there. The tradition is there in a miniature form. Though the outer things are not there. Yes, now we understand. Even the initiation, it is also a tradition. He gave value for that. Though it is not a tradition, the way in which, strictly what the Guru says, that mantra, he added later. Because initiation is only to put us on a regular basis. So you add anything that helps you. So there is a tradition, but at the same time he is not bound by the tradition. So here also there is a tradition of accepting the life of a sannyasi, but free from all the paraphernalias. And then he goes there, suddenly he throws the white rose, then he makes the assertion, oath of secrecy, oath of office, oath of that order, oath of the sannyas order, he does it. Which we normally observe. When we are appointed, we sign the appointment order. In our public office, there is an oath of office. A higher official, a higher authority administers it. And then only you become. Similarly here, we can assume Ram is giving that message, he is repeating it, and then he signs it in the form of acknowledgement. And then now he becomes a part of that order. And in order to ensure that when he is at the individual level, when he comes down at the individual level, which is natural for everybody, then he should be bound. He should know why he has taken this. That is why he said this is fully consecrated to the meditation and service of Ram. So internally and externally. Internally dwelling on Ram, externally connecting everything with Ram. so that the continuity of remembrance is maintained. And normally, two hurdles are there for an individual. One is the gender weakness, the other one is the wealth, So both are now taken. I will treat everybody as mothers, and I will not hold anything. Whatever is needed, I am fully dependent. Which is natural, At the individual level, these are all the certain fences we have to put that he clearly observes. So we cannot say all traditions are no. Just like nowadays we say the social distance, There should be a social distance from certain things. We still remember many years ago when we were going with Puja Swamiji to Samadhi Mandir for Arati. One mother from abroad, she was also there. So as soon as she saw that ladies are standing on one side, gents are standing on one side, so immediately she asked us, when God is equally in everybody, why should there be this segregation? Actually, it was not addressed to Swamiji. Swamiji overheard, looked back and looked at her and said, in the eye of God, all are equal. In the eye of ours, they are separate. So at this level, what is to be maintained has to be maintained. Social distance. Now it's becoming very clear. Why this woe? It is necessary. Because you are an individual, you have got a body. Every time you will come down to the level of the body. The only thing is you may have control over the body, that's all. But still, the Annamaya Kosha, whatever it is there, it's essential craving. When you are thirsty, you will feel. You will like to have water. When you are hungry, you will like to have food. When you have got some ache, disease, you will have some medicine. When you feel you need a bath, you will go in for a bath. So these are all, its cravings are there. So many such cravings are there for the body. So some rules and regulations you are imposing on yourself, so that it doesn't exert its influence on you. It is tamed, it is disciplined, it is put under control. And that is what we call as vows. So he gives us, today he gives us a lot of insight into the aspect of vows and the practical now. From theory now he is entering into the practical. So far all his sadhana was within the household. In a society where he is known. He was equipping himself everything. Our God made him to equip everything there and then pushed him out and then made him to go through each and everything that is normally required. So we have a correct view about this tradition, non-tradition, structure, non-structure. Because later on, when he decided to divest himself of the cloth, as for Ramdas, in the later stages, finding that the orange colored cloth was proving to be an obstacle to his attainment of an all-comprehensive spiritual perfection. That is a stage of Karma Yoga as distinguished by the Gita as Karma Sannyas. God divested him of the Garva and gave him the white cloth in return, so that he can move freely amongst all people from the highest to the lowest without either feeling a sense of superiority himself or causing them the least embarrassment. He can now, like a child, freely move and mingle with all his friends and devotees of either sex. This is a privilege he prizes more than the greatest honor or reverence he might receive from the world. Outgrowing, transcending. So this had taken place in his life, but it has got a relevance at that particular time. He was not following in a ritual or anything like that. So started with an unstructured one. He was attending bhajan, he was reading, not structured. But later on he put himself on a structured basis, and later on he outgrew from all the structuring and conditioning. He explains to us more bluntly because it is a tall talk for us at the moment, but still, because we are passing through this particular chapter, we thought it would be apt. He says, when the false conventions and ostentatious observances are broken through, false conventions, the soul is liberated. For realizing the truth, no external paraphernalia is necessary. This he is telling us after he observed everything, We should know that. We cannot straight away jump into it. For realizing the truth, no external paraphernalia is necessary. No garb, no sign, no cult, no creed can help you. The day will come when you have to leave all these behind and go to meet the eternal in the perfect nakedness of the spirit, of your spirit. Shedding all make-believe forms, customs and traditions. Simplicity, spontaneity, humility become the guiding principles of your life. You move freely with all. You love all alike. You break all boundaries set by the calculating and selfish human mind. You soar like a free bird in the infinite expanse of the spiritual firmament. You look upon all beings and creatures as the embodiment of the one divine, all-pervading spirit. Temples, ashrams, mosques, churches, synagogues, viharas, etc. cannot imprison your soul. You find your soul's delight and joy at all places, in the best as well as the worst. So as soon as we read this, we thought, whatever we are doing is wrong. No, he could declare this after going through everything. So when you go through that, all the dross, all the impurities are removed, and the mind, our mind intellect equipment, body mind intellect equipment becomes pure. Then only it can go to the eternal, the spiritual nakedness of the soul. With all the impurities, if we just go by these words, no. So all these observances of rituals, certain disciplines are all necessary for us to qualify to this state. This we are reading now only to know what is transcendence. This is a state which he reached after going through all this. Just like when we learned the cycling, somebody holds the back seat and then we are asked to sit on the seat and then pedal it, and then he will watch. When he knows slowly the balance is coming, he will leave, and then we may also fall. Again we may sit. So up to that something is necessary. After that it is not necessary. But after that it's not necessary, I have got the balance. Can I belittle the importance of the trainer? So the training is necessary, the trainer is necessary until you get the things embedded in you. So that is also very clear now. When we what is structured, unstructured, and then transcendence, this is now very clear to us. He said a day will come. No paraphernalia is necessary. The day will come when. We have to do that, no? The day will come when you will leave all these behind. Until such time we have to carry on with that. That is why in ashram, though in a simple way, some traditions are being kept. Otherwise it will not exist as an ashram. Everybody will do whatever is prompted from. There won't be any structure at all. But we should know that we should go beyond the structure. Not by any what do you call a rule, thumb rule. By graduating ourselves, by evolving ourselves. The same nama which we are chanting now, the same nama should enable us to get established in his remembrance. Even while we are in non-chanting, while we are dealing with men and matters. This is the clear-cut message Papa is giving us today through the 3rd chapter. And hereafter it will be only some incidents. So all the major clues, directions, norms, pointers, everything is given in this introductory article and 1st, 2nd and 3rd chapters. The rest of the chapters it will not take much time. We go with this. We are sufficiently now equipped with the right perspective, the mental attitude of Papa. Now with that, when we deal with men and matters, when Ram is subjecting him to go through different types of experiences, he was able to pass every test. So we are now praying, enable us to pass every test you are giving. From tomorrow onwards you are taking us. So far now you have given us a lot of directions, clues, hints. What a spiritual life, what a spiritual journey is. Everything you have given now. And to witness that spiritual journey from tomorrow onwards. So up to this, all the provisions are to be carried, when we take up a journey. So everything is bundled and now given to us by Ram, as it were. So every now and then when we have doubt, we have to open this and then take it and then see the direction there. Everything has been given now. Let us all try to travel with Papa from tomorrow with this aspect, so that it doesn't become a ritual, it doesn't become a reading, it doesn't become a thing just for the time, just for the session, but it is a thing that will stay with us and enable us to have the right perspective in dealing with men and matters. Hari Om. Papa said that he strangely felt helpless. Could that be a point for us, that in the beginning we may also feel similarly, but surely we are to know that Papa will lead just as you are. Quite right. Righteous way to progress is shown by non-traditional, okay. structure and practice in the ashram helped us to build the foundation to progress. Yeah, we feel in every instant Ramdas surrender to Ram and Ram showing his presence. Yeah, so many such things. So with that we will all do a lot of thinking how to now preserve this bank balance, He has given us so many now. It should not be just overlooked. We have to keep it, preserve it, so that every time when we need it, we can draw it. Hari Om. Om Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram Om Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram Om
Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram Om Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram Om.
Suddenly, and some voice within or without, I cannot say, whispers, thou must go on fast. How many days, I ask? 21 days. So, Papa, you can find, later on we will find. When does it begin? It says you begin tomorrow. I went quietly off to sleep after making the decision. I did not tell anything to my companion until after the morning prayer. I placed into their hands a slip of paper announcing my decision and asking them not to argue with me as the decision was irrevocable. Well, the doctors thought that I would not survive the fast. But something within me said that I would and that I must go forward. This kind of experience has never in my life happened before, after that date. This I know, that all that glitters is not gold, and all that if a man has really heard the voice of God, there is no sliding back. Just as there is no forgetting it by one who had learned to swim. One can never forget Leah. The listening in must make people's lives daily richer and richer. The inner voice defies description. But sometimes we do feel that we receive an inspiration from within. The time when I learned to recognize, it may be called my prayer time, say about 1906, I recollect it. For the first, never did I feel at any time in my life that I had some new experience. My spiritual growth has been unnoticed, like the growth of hair on our heads. Nobody has, to my knowledge, questioned the possibility of the inner voice speaking to some, and it is again to the world. Even if one's claim to speak under the authority of the inner voice can be really sustained. Many may make the claim, but not all will be able to substantiate it. But it cannot and ought not to be suppressed for the sake of preventing false claimants. There is no danger howsoever. So, it's very clear, no? Very clear for evolved souls to get that clarity that is an inner voice. And Papa also, in the first chapter we heard, despair not, trust me, you shall be free. And he says that was the voice of Ram. Now here, again clear. But we should know, it precedes the struggle. The turmoil ceased. Peace came upon Ramdas's struggling soul. Ram's own hands, we are unable to understand these words. Ram's own hands seemed to have touched the head of his slave. Ram gave him that feeling, Beyond that, we cannot say anything. Blessing him. Oh, tears, flow on for the mere joy of deliverance. Pain precedes deliverance. Mothers will know better. Sorrow, pain, anxiety, care, all vanished, never to return. All glory to thee, Ram. The great blessing came from Ram. I take thee under my guidance and protection. Remain ever my devotee. Thy name shall be Ramdas. So from Vittal Rao to Ramdas. Transition. We now take it that it is the perfection in communion with God. Perfection. It is not superficial, surface level, emotional level, sentimental level. No. Perfection. Perfection in the communion with God who is seated within. Beyond that we cannot, our intellect cannot understand this. It is purely at the spiritual level this can be understood. It's a communion, no? It is becoming, nobody else is there. Ram and the devotee pass. Ram, the devotee, not as an individual. Ram and the devotion of the devotee, correct. That would be better. Ram and the devotion of the devotee. That alone can give an output like what we have now read out. So this is the thing on which we have to pray from the bottom of the heart. Because later on, the same Papa writes to somebody that there is no need for an intermediary. If God can talk through Ramdas, He can talk through you as well. You cannot accuse Him of partiality. Switch on your wire for direct communication. Why do you deny Him in your heart? So the communion, definitely, first tangible gain is we are not denying Him in our heart. First thing, nearness. This is a very important aspect, in the life of in the journey of a devotee or a spiritual aspirant. This is very important.
Maybe his ceaseless prayer, Swami. His ceaseless prayer.
Ceaseless prayer. In whatever form this communion can take place, that we cannot say. It can be a prayer from the bottom of the heart. Then you feel the answer, you get the answer. It can be a flash. Just a flash. Just a sound. Because in case of Papa and Gandhiji, both of them were very clear about the impersonal aspect of God. Nameless, formless aspect. Because in Saguna Bhakti, many people are talking to the deity, and they feel they are getting the answer. But in the Nirguna, so there is no other people. Ram and the devotion of the devotee. God and devotion of the devotee. And in that process, even the naming ceremony was done. Vittal Rao to Ramdas. Then we were wondering why Papa did not mention before Vittal Rao. Right from the start, he has used the word Ramdas. Then we come to know, when he knew, if he has to say Vittal Rao, he has to become Vittal Rao then, no? He is writing it after becoming Ramdas, So he is only narrating for us the period of naming ceremony, that's all. He couldn't go back to Vittal Rao's.
As Ramdas he said.
Never to return, he said, In the second chapter we found, never to return. The resolution was made at 5 o'clock in the morning. He bade farewell to a world for which he had lost all attraction and in which he could find nothing to call his own. The body, the mind, the soul, all were laid at the feet of Ram, that eternal being, full of love, full of mercy. So that had taken place. So he cannot go back to Vittal Rao. And this is how everything becoming, that much perfection is there. Yes, Ramdas, what a grand privilege it is to become Das of Ram, who is all love, all kindness, all mercy, all forgiveness. So this communion with God and getting directions, it is a confirmation of two things. One is that first He is near, then His presence is there, secondly. Third one, that is the proof that we are under His control. We are totally under His control. And He said a new birth. So the baggage of a previous form of life, that was not there. Baggage has been downloaded, computer language, completely. Now let us see the next step. This is very important, this communion with God. Today we were reading, it's a foreign book, a big book. There, this much is there, that book. Books that are recommended to know spirituality. There, In Quest of God comes, a foreign one. And he has reviewed and says, the moment he started reading it, the first thing he felt was, God is near. And there is an assurance that we can feel His presence. And the whole journey is something, that stays with us. A 5-line article. We don't know Him. In Quest of God, Muttatta Mullikku Manamilla. In Malayalam there is a word. Suppose we have got a jasmine plant before, we will not feel the importance. So many of us who claim to be Papa's devotees, we hardly have tasted the treasure-like nectar of this book. But many have. Many are still. Even yesterday when foreigner had written to us, he wanted that book. Why we are telling, this communion, when we apply our mind, we find everything that is to be known in spirituality is contained in this small book. Apparently it is a narrative, Apparently it is a narrative. What is there? He went from this place to that place, this place to that place. Some experience. No. It is a full text for a devotee to know what all he should know about devotion, about everything is covered here. And not as a theory, but as a narration of the practical implementation. Never at all. It's not a theory. Nowhere we find that theory. Intuition, he is not giving us a lecture on intuition or a voice. He is directly hearing it, he is placing it before us. It is up to us to develop our mind to hear the voice of God. Raman Bhagavan used to say there are 3 types or 4 types of silence. Finally he will say silence of the mind. So many types of silence. So now we know if we have to really hear the inner voice, we have to silence the mind. Silence is of 4 kinds. silence of speech, silence of the eye, silence of the ear, and silence of the mind. Only the last is pure. Only the last is pure silence, and is the most important silence. Silencing the mind. We cannot explain, no? Silencing the mind. Because thought is not there, no? Only at that time we will be able to hear the voice. Now when somebody has in a lighter vein said, every moment he is telling us, but we are crowding ourselves with our own voice, with the result we are not hearing his voice. So whenever somebody is in doubt, Papa used to advise them, go there, chant Ramnam, calm the mind, and then you will hear. You will get the answer. And only that person will know whether he has silenced it or the mind. Just like, the dowsing, for dowsing, pendulum is used. The indication of the pendulum, the mind also can play trick. When the mind does not play the trick, the pendulum gives some indication about the disease, about the compatibility of the medicine. Suppose I feel, when I douse the pendulum, arnica is okay. Arnica, then 30, then 200, then 1000, like 1 amp. Every time the guidance comes, if that particular person's mind does not decide, it is silencing of the mind, then only the indication can directly come. We cannot explain beyond that, it has to be practiced. Just like if somebody asks you, how do you learn cycling? How do you learn swimming? We cannot explain, no? By practice it comes. Similarly, it can't be explained, only by practice it can come. Silencing the mind. So when Papa received this inner voice, clear cut. Clear cut. Naming. So we have to think about all these things today. And then now, next part. Now he came up to a dharmshala, very close to the river. Found some sadhus sitting on the floor of the passage leading out to the main road. From this, what is that place I forgot? Mandapam. Enna mandapam?
Dharmashala you look at.
Allah, there is a mandapam there, and from mandapam we get into Kaveri, then after the bath we come back to the mandapam, then from mandapam there is this dharmshala. Then even today many are sitting there. They were busy performing Ram Bhajan to the accompaniment of cymbals and ektar. They were singing the glorious name of Ram. Ramdas also squatted beside the two young sannyas and placed his lota, procured at Trichy, in front of him to receive bhiksha from the pilgrims who passed that way after the bath. So devotees also keep going to take a dip in the holy Kaveri. Then after that they come out. When they pass through, these people will be sitting, even today will be sitting. And people they would have changed and kept some coins ready for distribution, and then they give. Even today it is going on. So there Papa also sat. And now you see the sudden change. He also placed the lota. So far from Trichy, nobody is with him. Ram is with him, but nobody, no person is with him to give any clear-cut direction. He is absolutely new to all these things. Just imagine. And so then the prompting comes, every now and then the prompting comes, and he comes, sits there, places the lota. And then the bhajan of the two young devotees was really very sweet. Time passed most pleasantly. It was about 12 noon that the bhajan came to a close. So we all remember he started very early in the morning from Trichy. 10 kilometers we said. 7 miles means 10 kilometers. He reached there at about 8 o'clock in the morning, had his bath, and up to this 12 o'clock he has not had anything. Still some paisa is there. No mention about it. Here he mentions about it. Time passed most pleasantly. It was about 12 noon that the bhajan came to a close. Looking upon the cloth spread in front of them, the young sadhus observed only 3/4 anna pieces lying on it. 3/4 anna pieces. Oh. All they had got for the day. 1 anna is the 1/16th of a rupee. With a disappointed look, one of them remarked, "Since morning we have been singing the glory of God, and He has given us only this much. Hunger is pinching the stomach. How are we to procure food, O God? Is thy bhajan from morning till now worth only 9 pies? 1 pie is 1/12 of an anna." When we read this, we can understand devotion will be there, everything will be there, but still the body, body is an annamaya kosha, it will demand. Not that they have come down to this level, but that is the demand of the body. So naturally, unknowingly the word comes, all our bhajan is only worth this. Suddenly, they are all good people, otherwise they cannot do that. Later on when Papa did and when they confessed, it comes out. So this is also natural. Why did Papa mention this? He used to mention. As a sadhaka, all these things are natural. Devotion will be there, but at times also it comes down to the level of this body level. Because the body will demand. So the demand also will be heard by that individual. It is not belittling. This question was at once answered by Ramdas. No, young brothers, no value can be set upon your bhajan. God is always kind and loving. He never forsakes those who depend upon Him. Ram has sent through this humble slave money for your food today. So saying, he dropped into the hands of the sadhus 1 rupee out of the amount he was carrying with him. The poor sadhu simply stared at him in amazement. Their eyes were filled with tears. They exclaimed, "O God, thy ways are wonderful. Pardon, pardon, pardon thy unworthy slaves. We doubted thee and thy love. In future, grant that we may never blame thee, but bear all sufferings patiently in thy name." So some tests, some tests are necessary to hasten our progress, to make more intense. And he will facilitate it in such a way that our faith in him gets doubled up. So Papa, by portraying this, he is actually placing the mindset of honest devotees. It will come. Though in Papa's case, Ram ensured that this has never come throughout. He seemed to be upset only when something was denied to somebody, not to him. But at the same time, many are not privileged like that. So he cites an example. So he was having money. 1 rupee is a big amount, very big amount. On those days, 1922. So that he places. With these words, that means Ram has sent the slave to give. When we are parting with anything, there will be a sense of doership normally, Don't worry, I have money, take it, We will share, something like that. But here the word is very clear. Ram has sent through this humble slave money for your food today. So the communion is going on, whether he attends to this bhajan or not. Every moment. I think this chapter talks more and more about the communion. And then the sadhu then left the place. Looking into his own lota, Ramdas discovered in it 2 pies. 192 pies make 1 rupee. Papa got 2 pies. He has given 1 rupee to them, 192 paise. Okay? 2 pies he got. His heart leaped with joy. At the sight of these tiny coins, the first proceeds of his bhiksha. Buying 2 small plantains with the coins, he ate them with all pleasure. Still 9 rupees is with him. The next chapter, still 9 rupees is with him. But he does not take that. Because the vow he has taken, henceforth the food be, the body be maintained and fed upon the food procured by bhiksha, or on what was offered as alms. Devotion is priceless, yes, that's another aspect we forgot. Devotion, we may think that apparently it is priceless. We may think that we should become devoted to get this, to get that, to get this, to get that. But actually devotion to God is purest form, is priceless. That is another message he gives. We have only belief, we don't have trust. When it is done with trust, it becomes priceless. Immediately he comes and does what is needed for us. In the belief stage, no. We pray for so many things we don't get, So here he had the full trust. Trust me. That word he remembers. And so 2 pies. With that he was. We have to mentally think that you have tucked 9 rupees on your dhoti and you are getting 2 pies. And morning 5 o'clock you must have started from one place on foot, covered 10 kilometers, had your bath. Taken this, and then you are moving to, by 12 o'clock you are here. You can just imagine what would be the demand of the body. We won't say we would go for feast, but basic things we will. In our case, at least a cup of coffee, or 1 idli or 1 dosha, something, But here it's completely, the mind is fully filled with God thought, God thought, God thought, God thought. So that scene is over. At this time, in the same line in which he was sitting, there was another sadhu on the right, while the young sadhu coming forward inquired as to where Ramdas was proceeding. He could not, of course, find a reply to this question. Ram alone could do so. Receiving no reply, Sadhu proposed to take Ramdas with him to Rameshwaram, whither he was going. O Ram, thy kindness is indeed very great. To guide thy surplus slave, thou hast sent to him this Sadhu. Why? He can be taken to be none other than Ram himself. From time to time, Ramdas met sadhus who not only led him on the pilgrimage, but also took every care of him. All these sadhus shall by Ram's will go by one name, Sadhu Ram. That is how this chapter ends. The real saga begins. So what are the points? Communion with him. These are the signs of God's direct control on Papa. Voice through intuition. Inner voice. Apparently self-naming, but the command of Ram. No thought about anything except immersing in bhajan. Devotion is priceless. God provides everything at the right time. Every devotee has to pass a test. The sadhus also passed the same. Strict adherence to the vows, only the bhiksha amount accepted. Trying to expand the love circle by becoming responsive to the situation provided by God. That is also another point. No plans, everything left to him. And therefore, no anxiety. No plans, and therefore no anxiety. no mention has been made whether he went to the temple or not. Because from there, it must be 2-3 kilometers, we believe. It could be. Minimum 2 kilometers is there. Because we started walking, it was mid 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, yeah. Very hot. So from this mandapam, where Papa had Dharamshala, we had to walk. Yeah, it must be more than, because Krishna, he came from Chennai, he had to come by auto rickshaw. But no mention has been made about his going to the temple. When he is already in communion with God, probably God did not prompt him. Though in the next chapter he goes to Rameshwaram. This is very near. Srirangam is a famous temple.
He is supposed to be the father of Pandipur Uttal. Sri Ranganatha is supposed to be the father. That's why we are about to sing in our song. That is anyhow. Rangana Atmaja is coming. This is the son of Ranganatha. Uttal. He is supposed to be the son of.
It's like
Pandipur.
in Trivandrum, you can Anantapadmanabha Swami temple.
The
He
Ranganatha.
is on the lying state.
Yes.
You can't see him in that.
Yes, known room.
And then there is a murti there, small murti. Puja is offered to that murti. Big. Nowadays it's of course, because of the pandemic now they would have stopped. Otherwise it was a tough job to get darshan. But no mention of it has been made here. Anyhow, let us leave that. Now all these points, no plans, everything, so no anxiety.
And perhaps he is completely dependent on Sadhuram. Sadhuram proposed. Maybe that's also one of this.
Maybe.
Completely hand over everything to. He is also get God for him.
He started with the Sadhu Ram, whom Ram had sent him as a guide.
You have told him to go to. Yes, like that.
He led him to the railway station, both got into it.
Exactly.
Wherever that person takes.
Party no prani, no. Okay.
And he says Ram takes only.
No.
Ram takes. That much.
That is the point. That is the point.
Ram takes only.
Because when he said,
Wherever he
thou hast sent him to the sadhu, why? He can be taken to be none other than Ram himself.
Fully, 100% totality is a God body.
And no regret. Later on also he does not. At the same time, the other sadhu took him to Rameshwaram temple, he went. In the Tirupati he did not take him, he did not go. In Jagannath Puri, in Chidambaram, somebody comes and takes him, he goes.
That is the
Today morning in our satsang, we were mostly the impact was on that adorable presence. In the prayer, when we were repeating, adorable presence, thou who art within and without, above and below, and everywhere. Then he starts telling, thou who art the eye of our eyes, ear of the ear, heart of the heart, mind of the mind, breath of our breaths, life of our lives and soul of our soul. So through this, this inner presence, adorable presence, when that is felt, what else is needed? We all think about everything only when we are away from this presence. If this adorable presence is there, then nothing else matters. And we take the guide of this adorable presence. So wherever that guide takes us, we go. This can't be explained. This is how it had happened. Because these are all the outcome of that experience, It is not a thing to be developed. It is not ordered. It is not planned. So immediately after the sannyas, now what happened yesterday we were talking about the tradition. There is tradition, but there is no tradition. Some form of tradition is there, but tradition as we understand is not there. Papa had nobody to say this is Brahma Vidya, this is how you should go from stage to stage. It was not structured. But we found there is a structure now. Nama chanting is there, meditation is there, satsang is there, adoption of sannyas is there, parivrajaka yatra is there. No. And later on we find he is transcending everything. Even though it is structured, when he says he has no plans, he is reminding us that it is still unstructured, no? When you are near a very famous temple, when people from different parts of the country come there to see him, you are there in 10 minutes you are there, but you are not going there. Yeah. So, he makes that. So the structuring is not there inside in it. Though outwardly some structuring was there. So structuring means planning, is it not? Here he says no plans. When are you going to take us that stage? Because we have conditioned our mind to so many of this structuring. That is why we are unable to go beyond it and look. The mind is so much conditioned by this structuring. So to think about an unstructured one, it is difficult. Unless we struggle and do some manan to get out of it, the conditioning. Somewhere in the mind it will say, when somebody comes and asks, Papa, should I get married? He will say, get married. Because if you don't want to get married, you will not ask, Condition is there. But here the conditioning is not there. In our case, the conditioning is there. That is why we fail to understand the theme behind this, What is behind the two lines? What is called, in English they call it? Between the two lines, yeah. We don't try to read between the two lines. Because we go only by the lines. Structured. Yes, he makes us to think about it. That is why you just read one chapter and then go. Because you go by the lines. You don't go by what is in between the lines. So many of these things come only between the lines when we ponder, when we do the manana, reflection. It can be unearthed. Just like we said, we learn so many things from the text and the teachers, but at the examination hall, none of them we take it. We take it from what has been contemplated upon, what has been understood by us in our own way, then we present it. Between the lines, we make a trial to understand between the lines.
Examination, what we do? We need to mug up Swamiji. And many of the
Mugging up.
The language, I am very weak in the language. As an English or Malayalam, Hindi language. I used to mug up Hindi. Mug up only paragraph, it will come 10
But then we have not gone beyond the lines.
It has not gone. It doesn't go.
Probably that is why we are struggling.
Doesn't go. But not mathematics, science, that will not go. That I have our own. Language is out. Or mugging up only.
No, here also we do that, no?
Yes.
We are memorizing and
Pages, middle mug up. Simply I take right.
Every line here we find, every line when we read, what is it that we have missed? What is it that is lying down? So many points were there in this apparently an innocent narrative, no? Srirangam. It looks as an innocent, no? Not very deep. What is there? Normally the title of the chapter will be something, thought-provoking. You have to think about so many things. Simple Srirangam. But it contains, especially the cream of philosophy, cream of devotion, cream of spirituality, cream of spiritual progress is communion with God. And elaborately he talks about that. And here he comes with all authority, the dialogue he had, the dialogue he heard from him, the naming ceremony. That first para, the thrills of a new birth. Thrills. A new life with the sweet love of Ram was felt. Peace came upon Ramdas's struggling soul. The turmoil ceased. Ram's own hand seemed to have touched the head of his slave. Ram blushed. Oh, tears flow on for the mere joy of a deliverance. Sorrow, pain, anxiety, care, all vanished, never to return. All glory to thee, Ram. The great blessing came from Ram. I take thee under my guidance and protection. Remain ever my devotee. Thy name shall be Ramdas. And we find this commitment he kept up till he dropped the body. Be ever my devotee.
What a close communion, Swami. Your name shall be Ramdas. He is telling, he is accepting. Just imagine the closeness, the intimacy between Das and Ram.
And that voice must have been very clear, otherwise how can he say? Voice must have been very, very clear, no, Swamiji.
How close.
How
See, elsewhere, you know,
God within me.
elsewhere also he said, you know, don't disturb, this is not a good manners. This dialogue was there with him, no? When Ramdas is talking to somebody, you should not disturb. What sort of relationship, you know?
I imagine it unheard. We not understand. We not going to understand that relationship.
And the more, so now you know, it's clear, no, whatever may be our spiritual discipline we are undergoing. We know now, I don't want anything, I only want a communion with Him. I want to feel your presence. So he said elsewhere, you know, the 4 steps: nearness, presence, vision, becoming one with all. Samipya, Sanidhya, Vyapanam, and Ekato. Four stages. So if I have first stage, I must remember, I must feel the nearness, you know. Then only I can feel His presence. So in our case, Ramnam or Bhajan or Satsang or anything is an attempt to feel the nearness. It is very clear now. Where we have been lacking, which are the areas where we have to improve now, it is very, very clear. When I chant Ram Nam, am I feeling the nearness? That alone can lead us to have the taste of His presence, adorable presence. And every now and then
when we talk to Him, when we pray to Him, we feel the nearness.
Eh?
When we talk to Him, when we pray to Him,
Prayer is a talking, you know.
then as though, just like you and me, we can talk to Him, you know. Exactly.
See, now you see, O Lord of the universe, O Creator, Protector. But here the problem is, when we say that, why the mind is going out, you know, we are not very clear.
That is not our prayer. We should be our original prayer, our communion, our
One should draw out one's own prayer.
His own.
But for that we are being asked by Mahatmas to repeat some prayer so that we will develop our own way of prayer. But nowadays when we pray, when we repeat Papa's prayer, universal prayer, it becomes more effective now.
Yes.
So we are in whatever way we can pray, no? O Lord of the universe, O Creator, Protector, Destroyer of the world. I come in all humility to Thy holy feet and would like to surrender myself.
Then would be problem. Are you surrendering of all humility entirely? That comes, you know, immediately.
Suddenly he reminds, "Hey, humble again."
Is the humility, Jubileer, like parrot, like no humility, word humility.
Then again, entirely.
Are you?
Papa, you should not have added that 2 words in the first. We are not yet ready, though you would like to. So we will not give much importance to the 2 words, which is difficult for us now. Oh merciful Divine Master, give me strength. That's all. So it's a dialogue, you know, it's a dialogue. So we close our eyes and bring. Papa also said, you know, if the mind is not behaving well, bring any form initially, then go beyond that form. Nothing wrong. You have to go beyond later. That's all. You can keep the form also, provided you don't localize or limit it to that particular form.
I am not giving form, sir. No form. When that great void is there before you, right behind before you, where is the Krishna form? No form. He is there everywhere.
let all these thoughts, he is not forcing down upon our throat. He is placing before us his own experience. So we try in our own way to develop a communion with him. That is we can take it, that is the message for today. A deep contact, even if it is for a minute or two. Let every day go only with at least some period of communion with him. That will slowly ensure the nearness, which will direct us to feel his presence.
So today we are always with Papa only, Today only we were 1 hour spent with Papa only.
So let us all try. And with a deep prayer. Prayer, of course, power of the prayer we have already discussed. Tomorrow, if you are again reminded, we will again discuss about the power of the prayer by Papa. How it takes us from one stage to another stage. And definitely, all these things are to be intensely carried out. Impact of which will remain in the non-chanting, non-practicing time. Let us all pray for it. Who is seated within and who is facilitating everything for us. Who is giving us the feeling that he is taking us by hand and leading us. Those, at times we are conscious of it, at times, we look at something else and we crave for that. Again, every day he brings and makes us know that still he is holding our hand. So let that become stronger and stronger and stronger. Hari Om. Om Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram Om Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram Om. everybody. First we thought we will take up the text. Then suddenly we came to know that yesterday and today our devotees, two devotees passed away. Many because of the COVID, according to what we hear, COVID-19. We all know that death takes place in every house. We try to remember more about life than about death. Now that we are made to hear so many deaths, we should also seriously ponder over it. Not that it is going to be a disincentive for our life, certainly not. God has given us, every one of us, some assignment, and He will call back only after the assignment is over. But how does He call back? When does He call? All those things we are not aware. But one thing is certain. Our masters and our Shastras keep on telling us that we have come here only to work out His will. So as spiritual children of Papa, we also keep on reminding ourselves. So that whenever we are subjected to witness anybody passing away, when we are subjected to lose anybody whom we hold dear, we will not become upset because we will try to take everything in a lighter way. Papa used to often quote Shakespeare's words in his play As You Like It. All the world is a stage, and all the men and women merely players. They have their exits and entrances. Somewhere in our mind we should keep all these things. Otherwise it will be very difficult to reconcile. So before we go to the usual text today, we will also try to read something from Srimad Bhagavad Gita about what a spiritual aspirant or a devotee is expected to do. He says, Antakale cha mameva smaran. Antakale cha mameva smaran mukta kalevaram ya prayati sabadbhavam yadi nastatra samshayaha. And he who at the time of death, meditating on me alone, goes forth, leaving the body, attains my being, there is no doubt about this. Antakale cha mameva. The last moment is called Antakala. At that time, mameva, thinking of me alone. Muktva kalevaram, casting away one's body. The nature of death in India means the soul casting away the body. I am the soul, I am the self, I am not the body. I am in the body is my instrument. So death in India means the soul casting away its body. Very often a troublesome body, which is useless for the purpose of life. Therefore it is time to drop it away. That is the nature of death. But we should feel that, no? There lies the problem. Others may name it as useless, but still we don't use it, make it. Somehow we want to protect. Body has been given to us to work out His will. And in certain cases He shows the sign, like serious diseases. Sometimes suddenly he causes. It could be through an accident, through a massive heart attack. So that also we cannot say. He will not that he will give us some signs. So the best way is to be prepared. So here he says, I am the soul, I am the self. Every now and then we keep on repeating this. Tattvamasi we say, I am, Aham Brahmasmi we say.
Soham.
Eh?
Soham also.
Soham. So many. So that we are reminded of our real nature. But unless and until we do some manana now, it will be difficult to reconcile. Because we have been considering our body as so pure, so much attached. Let us see what Swami Ranganathanji Maharaj says. Therefore, it is that is the nature of so antakalecha mahameva smaran. At the moment of death, that person is thinking of me, Sri Krishna or Vishnu. Muktva kalevaram. Then he or she forsakes the body. What happens next? Yaprayadi. One who dies like this, samadbhavam yadi. So he or she attains my being. Whatever we think at the last moment of our life, that has a tremendous determining power for the future. So in the case of one who thinks of me at the last moment, will certainly come to me. There is no doubt in regard in this matter. This is a belief in every religion. All our future is based on that. You may not know clearly what the future is, but this much we know, that if we keep our mind fixed on the highest, the divine, the future is going to be bright. That is why at the time of death people think of God, recite mantras or sing bhajan. We do all these so that that person passes away with a tremendous impression of the divine within. Yesterday or day for yesterday there was a telephone call from one of our devotees. We were told that was the birthday. So the moment we closed our eyes and prayed for Papa's blessings on her for good health and said long life, she said, no, not long life. And she said a very pertinent prayer, that when I leave the body, I must be conscious of him. That is the prayer, that is the blessings you should seek. That I should be conscious while leaving the body, so that I will be able to remember him. We have heard it many a time, but a 75-year-old person, when she seeks the blessings of Papa, she reminds us, enough. We had a good innings in life. Whatever he wants to carry on, we will carry on. But at the same time, at the time of leaving, please bless us so that we will be able to remember him. That means consciously I must be able to leave the body. And when we remember, this assurance is there. Antakaleja mameva smaran.
7th chapter from 37th chapter?
8th. That is why at the time of death people think of God, recite mantra, sing bhajan. We do all these so that the person passes away with a tremendous impression of the divine within. Often the question is asked, how is it that the last moment alone determines the future? But we must know that the capacity to lift the mind to the divine at the last moment comes only from long practice, long experience through life. We train the mind throughout the life for the last moment. Otherwise we fail to fix the mind on the divine when we are not interested in the subject at all. So the training makes us fit to fix the mind on the divine at the last moment. So when the devotee said, the thought came, we should add this prayer, especially people like us, who are all 70 plus, that we must be consciously living. Remember him. Or even when he subjects us to take away the consciousness, at the last moment of when we are conscious, we should be able to remember him. If due to the imbalance in the chemical formula of our body, if the consciousness cannot be there, then at them before it leaves, we should ensure that it remembers him. We train the mind throughout the life for the last moment. So our satsang, everything we should know this, Because there is going to be a day called when we will be dropping the body. Sri Ramakrishna also said, an elephant when it is given a bath, as soon as it comes out of it, sprinkles dust on its own body. That is the nature of the elephant. Similarly, we take the name of God, we become clean, and immediately after that, we start doing all evil things. So that is the nature of the human being also. But says Sri Ramakrishna, you bathe the elephant, put him in the stable, then he won't get dusty and unclean again. At the time of death, this is what happens. We are not anymore embodied thereafter to commit evil. The body is not there to commit or reject, to commit an evil. We are just clean, pure at that moment when we reject this body and when we achieve this highest. That is the belief in every religion. So the time of death is very important. We are not afraid of death. If our philosophy is properly understood, we will not be afraid to face death because we know really the self has no death. And the divine, the Akshara, the imperishable Brahman is there. We are a spark of that divine reality. Because of this understanding, the great practice arose in India from the Vedic times of burning the body as soon as the person is dead. The dead body has nothing more to do. The sooner it is reduced to its own chemical elements, the better. Nowhere else will you find this philosophical background of cremation. The body has done its work. It was a chemical laboratory. Brought together for some life's purpose. It is no more useful. We discard it, just break it down to the elements through the touch of fire. Fire can reduce all aspects of the body back to their original elements. That is the concept of death in Indian thought. In fact, this is a tremendous development of human thought. We think of human philosophy usually as studying only life. Life in its various forms. But very few philosophies study the nature of death. And we can't become perfect unless we know both. One must know life. One must know death as well. That philosophy alone has depth which has probed into the nature of death. In India, from Rigvedic times, we diverted our attention to the study of death also. And not only of life. We declare the ultimate reality as that light whose shadow is life and death. Yasya chaya amrutam, yasya mrityuhu. This is from Rigveda. What a beautiful expression. This one find in the Rigvedic. Whose shadow, chaya, is death and immortality. That is Brahman. The same Brahman has appeared in the form of life and in the form of death. That is why the word Kala means time. Kala also means death. Kalan, you see. The whole universe is under the control of Kala. Everything in this world, the world of manifestation, is subject to time and death. That Kala is an expression of the divine itself. When we have this understanding, the fear of death becomes less. Normal fear in respect of death we all have, but that obsessive fear will not be there. That is the weakness of ancient Greek thought. Several writers on Greek culture have mentioned this. So, antakale cha mameva smaran mukta kalevaram. One who passes out of life by consciously thinking of me at the last moment will certainly reach me. I have heard of many people dying with great calmness of mind without any fear because of their devotion to the divine. Even in recent times, we have had many examples. One patient was lying in the bed for 3 months in a Calcutta hospital. He could not get up. So weak was he. Doctors couldn't diagnose the disease. But he was very weak, could not eat anything. He was just lying down. All on a sudden, at night, at about 3 o'clock, he managed to sit up on the bed. How he managed is a wonder. Even the nurses could not explain. Then looking left and right, he said, "Are you awake, any of you?" In Bengali, he continued, "I am going. I am going." Then he looked around and said, "Mother, you have come, you have come. I am coming, I am coming." Saying this, he dropped down, died. It impressed all the nurses who were still awake and working them. What a beautiful way of dying. And such cases of death are plenty. So there is such a thing as living the life. That is beautiful. We are not going to run after death all the time. We are running after life. But death is also a fact of life. We must reconcile to it. We must understand it. Don't be frightened by it. That's a great idea. The heroic attitude to life will accept both life and death. In Swami Vivekananda's literature, you find this idea that one who can hug the bosom of death, to such a one the Divine Mother comes. If you only take life and not death, you see only half of the reality. The full reality needs life and death. Those people who have understood the nature of death and have the courage to face death, only they can become great. Those who run only after life, their life will only half well lived, with the other half of life absolutely untouched. So here is the statement, therefore. Live a life of activity, working hard, and yet understanding that really there is no death for oneself, it is the body that dies. So the crucial time has come. I am going to face death. Oh death, you have come. I am here to greet you as a friend. That kind of attitude and fearlessness will come out of this kind of understanding of the nature of life and death. In the Isha Upanishad, the last 4 verses refer to the death of a sage who had lived a good life. Now he is facing death. His words are uttered there in that section. Let me realize the supreme reality behind the sun, behind the universe. I have lived my life. Now death has come. Let this body be dissolved into its components through the agency of fire. O mind, think of the good deeds you have done. Saying this, he quietly passes away. So from very ancient times, this attitude toward the problem of death has been with us, and we have got so many stories also in this connection. We have also made time a person, Kala, also called Yama, means the one who takes away life at the time of death. Kala actually means time, but it has been made mythical in the form of a particular person who comes to every fund. Nobody is left out. So take account of Kala. Kala is the reality. The sun, the moon, the stars, all of them are subject to Kala. Kala rules everything. And in the 11th chapter, when Krishna shows his universal form, he himself will declare, Kalosmi. I am the mighty world-destroying time. I am here to destroy the world. In Papa's universal prayer, he clearly mentioned this. O Lord of the universe, O Creator, Protector, Destroyer of the world. Every day we have been asked to chant this, but unknowingly, we don't give any importance to the last one. So today Papa is reminding us, this also you should remember. In many of our prayers, Pratasmarami, early morning there is a prayer. Pratasmarami Hridi Samspurad Atma Tattvam Sat Chit Sukham Paramahamsa Gatim Turiyam Yat Swapana Jagara Sushuptim Avahidi Nityam Tad Brahma Nishkalam Aham Najabhuta Sankaha. I am not this, the last mantra says, Najabhuta Sankaha. I am not this assemblage of matter. So that every day we are reminded. Early morning, I remember in the core of my heart, him who is Satchit Ananda, knowledge, existence, bliss. He is the Paramahamsas. He is the fourth one, Turiya state, who is present in all the three states of awareness. Yet Swapana Jagara Sushupti. I am that, the eternal, and not this assemblage of matter. So we are trying to give a cushion. Nobody will be able to readily accept, agreed. But some cushioning, Not that we are running after death. We are knowing that death will be there. We are running after life. We want to make our life as productive, as effective, as useful to others, as much of doing in his constant remembrance. All these things should go. But at the same time, we must also be conscious of the last moment. Two things reminded us. One thing that a 75-year-old devotee, when they were seeking blessings, he said, I only want this blessing. At the time of leaving the body, I must remember. And yesterday and today we heard two devotees have dropped their body. So it's a reminder. We can send a letter, but we should mean, So Ramanam chanting should also include, in between. I must be able to remember you till you give this body till you allow me to retain this body. That holy and all-powerful Naam should come to me. That is enough. Om Shri Ram, Jai Ram, Jai Jai Ram. But he says, unless we train now, we may not remember. So anything and everything we will add this Ramanam, Anything and everything we start with Ramanam, everything we end with Ramanam. Even before we eat, we say, we may not do any other ritual, but Om Shri Ram, Jai Ram, Jai Jai Ram. You have given me the food, okay. Before writing anything, Om Shri Ram, Jai Ram, Jai Jai Ram. You have provided an opportunity for me. You have facilitated an opportunity. So something we have to devise, every one of us have to devise some method by which this constant remembrance, we at least strive for a constant remembrance. It can only come like this because we are not exclusively sitting with that. So any time, any work, anything, any activity we do, we start with Ram Nam. We end with Ram Nam. Ram Nam should become a part of us. With this bhavana and Ram Nam. Next question is the right bhavana. So every moment it is running today. It is going on all the time. We don't look at it. Why don't we face the fact as they are? Why not face it? That makes for heroism. One alone who can face death can become a hero. You can see this in the West. That is why we became smaller. And when I was a boy, whenever I referred to the word death, my people would say, "Shut up, don't say anything like it." They were closing their eyes to reality. This is not the way to become great. Face them. Therefore, this Vedanta includes not only life but also death. That is why it has completeness. It has a completeness. It has comprehended reality in its fullness. Otherwise, it becomes one-sided. The weakness of great nature. So we all have to emphasize both life and death. Then the next sloka says, Yam Yam Vyapi Smaran Bhavam. Remembering at the end of life, whatever object one leaves the body, that alone is reached by him or her, O son of Kunti, because of one's constant thought of that object. Whatever may be the divine form that a devotee meditates upon at the time of death, he or she attains that particular form. So in any religion, whenever there is this kind of the lifting of the mind to a higher level and concentrating on some truth, the same result. After all, that Brahman is one. It can assume any number of forms to satisfy the craving of the devotee. So Sri Krishna does not stop with saying, those who think of me, they achieve me. You may think of any divine reality and still you will achieve the reality. That is why in Sanskrit they say, Bhaktanam hitakamyaya Brahmano rupa karpana. Brahmano rupa karpana. Brahman has no rupa or form, but in order to serve the welfare of devotees, that Brahman assumes many forms. Bhaktanam hitakamyaya. So even if a form comes at that time, so this is to be sada tadbhava bhavidaha. By constantly thinking of that particular bhava, the mind becomes impressed by it, and therefore in the next life he or she achieves the divine unity. This is the faith of all devotees in every religion. Therefore, that being true, in order to prepare our minds to be able to orient at the time of death in that direction, we have to practice it quite early enough. A wise person will not depend upon a chance remembrance of the divine. He or she will try to remember him in life always, so that he or she will remember the divine at the time of death. Tasmad. So this mantra is also very nice. Sloka. Tasmad sarveshu kaleshu mam anusmariyutyacha mayyarpita manobuddhihi mam evasya na samshya. Therefore, at all times, constantly remember me and fight. With the mind and intellect absorbed in me, you shall doubtless come to me. Tasmad sarveshu kaleshu. Therefore, at all times, think of me. Anu means continuously. Mamasmara. think of me. I am the self behind your own little self. I am the infinite one. I am the Akshara Purusha, that imperishable reality hidden within you. So tasmat sarveshu kaleshu mam anusmara. Carry on the battle of life. Anusmarana. Thinking of the divine, carry on the battle of life. That cannot be an excuse for not remembering the divine. Remember, the divine is within you. He is the self of yourself. He is the inner self of all beings. That divine consciousness must be there, at least a little bit in everyone. Along with it, there must be the hard work going on in this world, the struggle, the endeavor, the wonderful battle of life. So this is very important exhortation in the Gita. Meditate upon me and carrying on the battle of life. This is the language. Anusmara, continuous remembrance. Smarana means remembering. Anusmarana means continuous remembering. Like oil poured from one vessel to another, that oil flows in a continuous stream. That is the example given by our spiritual teachers to have an understanding of the Anusmarana. The mind flows toward the divine continuously. A portion of the mind is always devoted to this consciousness. This is a very important word. A portion of our mind is always devoted to the consciousness. Just like we saw, when Papa was chanting, he was also praying. Both it was going on simultaneously. That is why he said, while chanting, remember that he is making you to chant. The one who is within you is making you to chant. So slowly, you will start feeling the nearness, and that will, according to Papa, lead to his presence, And then the vision, Vyapana. And finally, they assure us that we will become one with him. So our spiritual study is not only for life, but also ensuring that our move towards him becomes uninterrupted even after when we drop the body. Tasma Sarveshwara. So while we are working, a portion of the mind is always devoted to this consciousness. Sri Ramakrishna gave the example of a person suffering from toothache. Such a person is busy with the day-to-day work, but a part of his or her mind is always on the ailing tooth. Similarly, Mam Anusmari Vidyaja, meditating upon me and carrying on the battle of life. They are not opposed to each other. They can be carried on together. That is why it's a message for all people. We are all working people. In the midst of work, can we realize the divine? Yes, we can. The divine is our own nature. Realizing him is our birthright. Everybody can realize him. That is how the Supreme Divinity has been presented in the Gita. Mayarpita manobuddhihi. Maam evesh. One whose mind is fixed on me, whose buddhi is fixed on me. Manas and buddhi. Mayarpita. Reach me only. Na samsheha. There is no doubt on this question. Maam eveshyasi. As your thoughts are, so will your life be. Thought very much modifies life, influences life. It's a great truth. It's perfectly true. Thinking of the divine, we become divine. Mind plays a great part in building up our life one way or the other. You go on suggesting to yourself, I am sick, I am sick. One day you will fall sick. Because you are suggesting that to yourself. Therefore, never think of negative thoughts. Take always to positive thoughts. And the greatest positive thought is of the divine hidden in the heart of all. The imperishable in the midst of perishable. So many such slokas are there in Srimad Bhagavad Gita about death. And as spiritual aspirants, as devotees, what are we supposed to? Should we only think about the life? No. We should also think about the transitory nature of this life. Otherwise it becomes one-sided. Now we have heard that. The entire humanity is now passing through a terrible, stressful period. Stressful in terms of uncertainty, anxiety, fear. Even if somebody comes from different places, our whole attitude has changed. We are immediately thinking about whether I will get affected, whether he is a carrier. Just think about it. It's a test given to us by God now. We have to observe social rules, social commitments, no doubt about it. But as a devotee, as a spiritual aspirant, we should have something else also in our mind. While we observe all such restrictions outside, internally, we should not contract it to ourselves. Because the same death can come to us also, Why can it will come, definitely. Because of that, we don't have to be adventurous, we don't have to be inviting, we don't have to be running after it. But at the same time, we should face it. We find many touching incidents nowadays. In a flat, suppose somebody is affected by COVID, the other people refuse. Even a doctor who has cured many COVID patients, when he got affected, he was not allowed to enter into his own flat, we were told. So where is our spirituality? What do we learn from that? Because we have given a different picture, different definition to death. Yesterday, day before yesterday, when the devotee was in the hospital, he came on the Skype and we were able to chant Ramnam, and he was also able to chant Ramnam. And he passed away next day. So it's a reminder to us, God is facilitating us even this satsang every day. We should know that it encompasses everything. Not merely when we are comfortably hearing this. He may subject us to go through many trying moments, tests. At that time also I must be able to remember you. So this 1 hour of concentration you have provided to me, now I realize that it is to stay with me. So I must devise, or you must help me to devise some method by which I get connected with you always. The moment I get disconnected, I know that I am back to me and mine. And then I only bother about me and mine. And I identify myself totally with this body. Mataji used to say, Deha Buddhi, Deha Buddhi, Deha Buddhi. Vishwa Buddhi, Vishwa. So all our spiritual discipline, we may not be able to master this. So we can pray, in our daily prayer, in our daily Ramnam, this wonderful word, a part of the, what was it? Part of the mind, portion of the mind, yeah. A portion of the mind must be
Devoted to
riveted to this consciousness. Riveted, I would say. In whatever way, whatever line we are engaged. So our satsang should enable us, our Ramnam should enable us, our reading of scripture should enable us, our visiting holy places should enable us to remember this, to keep one portion of our mind exclusively, just like we have a puja room in every house, at least one almara with some photos. In some cases, there is a puja room separate. So that means one portion, some portion is kept exclusively for that. So every day, whatever we do under the banner of spiritual discipline, or a move towards spirituality, spiritual journey, when Papa is taking us in quest of God, we should know in the corner of our mind that we should have this reality, in whose quest we are all now involved. We are in quest of God. Our masters say God is inside. We have not given the space. Actually, God realization means giving space, Papa used to quote one small story. God wanted to come inside, then he said, no, somebody is sitting. There is no space for me, how can I sit? So God realization means, or spiritual progress means, God occupies the position. The sense of individuality gives complete space. Whether we give the complete space or not, initially we may not be able to give the complete space. So at least a portion. When we give that portion, that will automatically take the entire portion. When I repeat Ramnam, this should be there. Please, immediately after the chanting session, I should not feel disconnected. I should have. You please stay with me now. You don't make me to feel that you are not there. Somewhere in the subconscious stage. Subconscious stage you should be with me. Not that you are not with me, I am not aware of your presence. It is for that purpose you are facilitating so many things. So with that background, we will just go through the text. First is, in this, we found he had about 9 rupees. First he gave this money to his sadhu Ram, convert it into small coins, distribute to everybody who is sitting for alms. Dispossessing everything and relying on the barest minimum. Because this possession, at the time of leaving, it will take away our mind space. So dispossessing everything and relying on the barest minimum. First lesson in this chapter. And he also wants us to carry money is to carry anxiety with you, for it draws your attention to it now and again. That we all know very well. So the best way is to distribute what we have to the deserving. That's what Mataji was doing. We have not still reached the stage to leave everything, So some reserve, something always we keep it, Though we don't mobilize funds, though we don't, still that, to be honest, we don't dispossess ourselves, Individually, yes, but not even in an institution. And our mind has got so many reasons to say, but we now understand. That's why she was distributing it. Papa, you remember one incident that when she was about to go to, while she was on her way to Bombay, it must have been in early 60s for some treatment.
58. 58.
58. And Papa gave her 250 rupees. At that time, 250 is a big amount. Immediately she changed it into 5 rupee note. And before she went to Kanyagat station, she started distributing it. And Papa had later on said if Ramdas had put his hand, he also would have got 5 rupees. She was distributing like puppet, this is the word he used. All nice to hear. How many janmas we have to take to reach that stage, we don't know. So at least we can curtail, we can bring down to the minimum. Because even relying on a limited possession given by him keeps us away from him. Even a limited one, Ramdas threw himself more completely than ever on the support of Ram with only 2 clothes and a few books. He started with the Sadhu Ram whom Ram had sent as a guide. He led him to the railway station. Both got into a train running to Rameshwaram. No ticket. Ram was ticket and all in all. Previously he was buying ticket. No. While in the train, Ramdas continued his meditation of Ram. So, he, from small portion, now through meditation, he is giving, or he was struggling, or he was trying to give the entire portion of mind to Ram. That is what is meant by meditation according to him. Ram covering up. What does it mean? Ram covering up. First chapter and he said, Ram, all thought, all mind, all heart, all soul was concentrated on Ram. Ram covering up and absorbing everything. So just now we read, in the commentary for Antakalecha. First, let us try to give some portion of our mind. So Papa was continuously doing it. Ramdas continued his meditation of Ram while in the train. And it reached about 6 miles from the ticket collector came. They were asked to get down. All those things we know. So this was a test now, first test. Ram puts him again. To travel without a ticket, Normally there will be anxiety, When we travel, so because the train is moving, we couldn't go to the ticket clerk and we couldn't buy the ticket. We will be always anxious till the TT comes, till we explain everything. Anxiety will be there. whether he will misunderstand, whether it is mistake, whether he will accept, whether he will ask us to get down, whether he will levy a big penalty, something like that. But here we find not at all worried. Without traveling a ticket, and when he was asked to get down, because there was no anxiety, there was no expectation, he could take it positively. Otherwise, no, 100% sure. Suppose the mind is always in a flux. What will he say? The other sadhu, you find the accompanying sadhu became upset. And he says, Ramdas told the sadhu Ram that it was Ram's wish that they should alight at that place. Walking out of the station, they came to the high road. Here the sadhu Ram grumbled over the action of the inspector. So where from this grumbling comes, Traveling without a ticket is an offense, no doubt. But suppose you do it because you don't have money. I will tell the TT, I don't have money, what can I do? That means freedom from anxiety. Then only we can become positive. Positive. And that freedom from anxiety can come only by trusting Him. If God wanted me to take without a ticket, okay. It happens in many cases. Suppose he had lost the purse or something like that. He will say, this is what had happened. Truth is God, so truth, be true to it, that's all. And so this anxiety comes only because when we don't have, there is another lesson he teaches. One can become positive only when we start accepting everything cheerfully. Then what happens? Then they started walking. There is a purpose now. After normally, before the sannyas, we will get our whole head shaven, That's the practice. So that was not done so far. So the next day, Ram saw to it that he was made to get down, he was made to walk, and then he first got, Ramdas had not had a shave. Here he first got his beard, moustache, head, all shaved after the manner of a sannyas. As they were nearing Rameshwaram, they came to a tank by the roadside named Lakshman Kund. After bathing in this tank, they passed by a number of small tanks bearing different names. So now the whole process becomes complete now. Without any pre-arrangement. Casting off the white cloths, casting away the white cloths, taking a dip in the holy water, wearing the ochre robes, taking the vows, living up to the vows, dispossessing everything, and finally, whatever that the body has to do, that also the shaving, that was over, then a good bath again, then he is taken to the Rameshwaram temple. See the way in which everything has been beautifully arranged. Though he was not attached to any idol worship, he recognized the relevance of temple worship and the magnificence of the art. That particular word, the worship of Rameshwar was going on in all its ceremonial eclat. O Ram, the occasion and the place and thrills of joy into Ramdasa's soul. So that is also okay. This is also okay. And he did not plan. Ram took him there, so he went inside. No sankalpa ever comes, That because, the portion, not portion. I think we can say 99%. Because he was self-embodied self, 1% will give that. Because even hunger is not asking him to ask for food. Everything, if he says, when the sadhu, later on we found, when the sadhu says you go and take some alms, he goes there, that's all. So there may be one moment or moment, when he was in the cave, he went out for alms. That too, whatever he got little, that was enough for him. Barest minimum. So the entire portion, we should try to give at least a small portion, though not the entire portion. Tasma sarveshu kareshu ma manusmara vidyacha. Therefore, at all times and in all places, remember me and fight the battle of life. This is what Papa does now. He has started the journey, and in the journey, the portion kept for God is becoming wider and wider and wider. So these are the messages he gave us today. Let us all ponder over this. We are talking about journey, It's a journey from the individual to the reality universal. In that process, body helps initially, no doubt about it. Only because he has given us a body, we are in a position to move towards him. So when that job is over, or when he determines, he who gave us the body has the right on the body to take it back. So today we were made to think on those things also. There also the message came that Antakaleja Mameva Smaran. If you remember me at the time of leaving the body, you will come to me surely, there is no doubt about it. So that was another message. And in the Vyavahara, keeping the portion for him, we carry on with this. Let us all try to assimilate as much as we can and pray to him. When you make me to repeat Ramnam, please. Ramnam is to remember him. Ramnam is to remember the indwelling reality. Ramnam is to know that it is Ramnam, it is he who is prompting me to chant Ramnam, his own name. It is he who is seated in me, is chanting, he is prompting me to chant his own name. So we add one more prayer. We have not reached that matured state. So we are adding one more prayer. Even after I stop Ramnam, please make me aware that you have occupied some portion. Though you have been occupying it, but I am not aware of it. In order to become aware, you are prompting me to chant Ramnam. So when I stop chanting Ramnam, again you don't make me unaware of your presence. Make me aware of your presence, at least in a smaller way, until I become mature enough to understand that you are behind everything. So let that prayer become more and more strong in our mind. We pray to him and we are sure he will grant us. Otherwise, why should he make us to think on these lines? Hari Om. Om Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram Om Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram Om
Jai Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram Om Shri Ram Jai Ram